Okay. Good morning, Twitch. It looks like I'm live, though Twitch says my stream is unstable. But I'll give it a moment to settle the bitrate down and for the stream timer to start. Stream timer has just started. And the delay ain't too bad, so it should settle down. I may have to refresh the screen a bit. Just giving it a moment. I did have to refresh the Twitch page, but it worked. Good morning, Chris. That worked. My stream timer has started and my bitrate has settled. Although the internet's been a bit twitchy lately on my end. Well, I'm here on the character login screen. I'm just waiting a few minutes before I start, because I'm planning to create a new character. I've given in and I'm going to create an agent of Yesturday. Just give a moment for my head to get in the game and for to make sure the stream is stabilized. You made one too, Grandmaster. Welcome. Yeah, I gave in and decided what the hell. I saw quite a few Twitch streamers last night playing a new character, so I figured what the hell, it's my turn. Plus this morning I was watching some of the Star Trek Day content online, and it got me in the mood. Okay, I'm going to play it all through authentically, I think. So I won't really be teaming today, because it's not good to team when you're first creating a character. But let's see what we do. Here we go. TOS Starfleet, that's the one to choose. And I think I'm going to make a male character this time instead of a female. Let's just refresh myself. It's been a while, about a year since I created a new character. Temporal recruit event. Create a new character of this faction during the event and play that character to earn incredible account rewards. I think I've got a lot of females, so this time I might make a male. Although I do like to look at the females as they're running around. What do you think, chat? Should I make a male or a female? To be honest, I don't really mind. I might not make a human. I've already got humans. I've got an Andorian. I haven't got a Tellarite, but I do have a Vulcan. And Tellarites are ugly. I might give in and make a female. I've already got an agent of Yesturday Andorian though. I've got a very small character already. I've been there. It's hard to decide, isn't it? I don't really want to do a Tellarite because I'll be stuck with the character for a long time, and Tellarites are pretty ugly. A hippie Vulcan. I've got a female Vulcan agent of Yesterday and an Andorian, so I may have to go with human. Okay, human, female. Let's go with the basics. Engineer is what I want because I need another engineer on the Federation side. Because at the moment I've got 3 engineers on the Fed side. 3 science. No, I've got 3 engineers, 4 science and 4 tactical on the Fed side. On the Klingon side, 3 engineers, 3 sci and 4 tactical. So since I've only got 3 engineers on the Fed side, I'm going to go with an engineer. And I've already got a general idea of what I want. I press the next button. Now, head type. I do like to take a bit of care with my character creation, so it may be a while in the character creation window. Might be interesting. Head. Hang on, let's go back. Ah, there we go. It's going to take a bit of a time for me to choose. Most popular hairdo, I think, for females. But I might not want to go with the most popular. In fact, I've got an idea, actually. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, you can just glide your mouse over them. And see which one. I'm trying to think of ones that I haven't already done. That could be the interesting choice. I've got to think ahead. Whoa, that's weird. I've got to think ahead because I'm going to be with this character for quite some time. My thinking with this is I want to make a tank character on the Federation side. I haven't got a real tank on the Fed side. I did spot a hairdo I liked. That's too tough. I'm just checking other options as well. I'm thinking that. Colouring. Oh, there's not much choice with colouring, is there? I want it to be blonde. Blondes are my favourite. But that's too blonde. Oh, it's hair colour down here. There's not much in the way of blonde, is there? I suppose that's because everybody's creating blonde and the game doesn't want to encourage it, maybe. Ooh, she's not looking very good as a blonde, to be honest. And black is too dark. What was the default one? Might have given her too much hair. Let's go back to head type. I haven't actually seen the Strange New Worlds introduction yet. I saw the Prodigy one. I haven't got round to watching all the Star Trek Day stuff. But I'm working on it. I am planning to watch a lot of it if it's still available. It did cut out earlier when I was watching it. I do like that hairdo. Try to go for something a little different. I do like that one, but that one's good as well. I think I'm going with this one. Good morning, Avatar of Win, and thank you for raiding with 10 people. Wow. You came in at just the right time as I'm creating a new agent of Yesterday. So welcome everybody. Now I don't think I'm going to go with a blonde because I do like this hairstyle, but the blonde colouring doesn't look quite that great on it. And I do like blondes, but I suppose everybody creates blondes, and I've created a lot in the past. Ooh, I like the kind of fiery orange. I'm just going to browse through them and see what's good. I don't like green. There's too much green in Star Trek already. I don't want to go too weird with it. I kind of like the darker look there, but not too dark. I'm going to be taking quite a while with this character creation because I like to do that. Okay, Avatar, thank you for raiding anyway. I do like to take care with my character creations, because I know I'm going to be with the character for a long time and I'm too lazy to change them later. But that's good. It might not be dark enough, because this hairdo seems to fit the darker look more. I'm going full black hair. Why not? Why not? There we go. That's the hairdo. Eye colour. I like blue eyes. Hi Victoria. Seems like Strange New Worlds will look very good. The costumes are more TOS now, it seems, and we're gonna see a lot of familiar faces. Yeah, they said Strange New Worlds was gonna be more episodic, but not fully episodic, and I approve of that decision because I like my stories to be singular and contained. Skin colour. I don't want to be racist, so I'm going to do the same skin colour of myself. And since she's got black hair, it would be nice to contrast her with the whitest skin possible. Sort of almost gothic, maybe? Like a witch? Is there an advanced? What does the advanced have? Category humanoid overall pattern. Makeup. Do I want to put makeup on her? In fact, I might go down the gothic route. It's very possible. Eyeshadow, lipstick, solid colour. I've got to give her some lipstick. Took me like 8 hours after getting level 65 pack finally to set up this character up to farm traits, eh? So you created one as well. It's funny how men always create females with attributes. Oversized attributes. What am I looking at now? Tattoos. No, we don't want any tattoos. Eyes. We've already done eyes. Eyebrow. I'd like it to be the same colour as the hair. I don't want to go over the top with it though. Eye attach. No, no sunglasses. Head attach. Earpiece, we need an earpiece. You can barely see it, but we need it. And we've got to colour it gold. Bling. Max out chest and butt as well. Yeah, you got to do that. You got to have some eye candy to look at while playing. Earrings, looped and gold, matching the earpiece. Hairstyle. We've got hairstyle. Eyebrow has to match the hair, so that's the hair colour, isn't it? So we've got to make the eyebrow match that by clicking on eyebrow and going to the same one. I think they match now, don't they? Or close enough. Head covering. Is there a head covering? I don't want a top hat, no. You're keeping away from DS9 social zones and Earth Space Dock. Have you seen the museum craft that are parked at Earth Space Dock and DS9 at the moment? They've got little mini versions of each spaceship. Morning, Sponzo. I wonder if you get another accolade this year, because it was done once before, wasn't it? So we don't want a headpiece. If I stop while I'm trying to create this character, it's because I'm looking over to read chat every now and then. Overall head size, head, that's all. I think she's alright the way she is, actually. Body is where we have fun. Leg length, well, she's got to be leggy. No, that's torso length. She's got to be tall. I like tall women. Legs length, there it is. And I like thin. Tall and thin with big boobs. Feet size, feet width, height. Get a bit closer in. The bust size, of course, that's got to be super huge. Shoulder width seems a bit small, but waist needs to be very thin. Stomach, that's thin enough. She doesn't seem to have much shoulder size. Find the right setting. Happy Star Trek Day. Is it still Star Trek Day? America was behind the UK, so all the content dropped in the middle of the night for UK, I think. So as far as UK is concerned, it's still Star Trek Day, I guess. Hip size, depth, chest depth, chest size. Shoulders, I'm looking for shoulder bulk. I think she needs a bit more on the shoulder area. Shoulder width, there we go. If I can find it. I don't want her to be too muscular, but she needs to bulk up a bit on the shoulders, I think. Oh, it's getting into the realms of a bit weird now, isn't it? Ooh, 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 can I reset? Can I reset somehow? Reset. Oh god, I'm getting a bit off now. Need to concentrate for a moment on this. Torso length, leg length. It's already maxed the leg length, that didn't reset. I feel the legs, the arms are a bit thin, and the shoulders aren't wide and apart enough, but if I widen them any further, she's going to look a bit too muscular. I think she needs more bulk on her shoulder. Now this is going to be a bit weird, isn't it? Maybe I've gone too big with the boob size. Waist size, a bit thinner. She looks very mannish, a bit too mannish, I think. I think I'll reset again. Oh, I have to each reset separately to get her back to default. I like her like this, but I want a larger, taller version of this. Just boobs, no body. Yeah, she's got a bit too much hip, I think. But I kind of like her in the default look, but I don't want to go with the default because a lot of people do that. I think it's her face that makes her look too mannish. Torso, where's torso gone? Torso length. Maybe it's the torso bulk that I need to change. That's a bit better, but she still looks very muscular. Waist size, stomach size. Now we're getting there. Hip depth and size. I feel like she needs more. I feel like her shoulders need to be further forward. So a way to shoulder position. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder bulk, shoulder width. I think I'm just going to have to stick with this. Arm scaling options. No, these are scaling options. Hand scaling options, legs options, feet options. I think that's it really. I can always sort her out a bit better later. She does look a little mannish, but that's fine, I suppose. Greetings, Eve and Murdochs. Uniform. Engineers are in red in the original series, aren't they? What's this changing? Bare nails, long nails. Long nails, of course. Gotta give her all the feminine stuff. Rank. Badge. Well, we'll stick with the current badge, I suppose. Shoulder pads. Why would she need shoulder pads? That's stupid. Lower body, uniform skirt. Do I have any extra skirts? No, it doesn't look like it. Feet, boots. No, she's alright the way she is there. Bare legs. I like the stockings. Belt. Would she look good with a belt? Nope. Oh, maybe that will... Hang on a minute, let me just have a quick look. That might be interesting. It depends on what colorations we can do. Damn mouse controller. No, I don't think a belt's going to do any good, is it? To make her pop a little. I think we're just going to have to stick with this kind of default for now. Yeah, I think we've got it. I think that's about the best I could do. I could resize her head because I think it's her head that's too small, making the rest of her look mannish. So I think I need scaling options on the head overall size. That's a bit better. Head overall width. Head overall height. Head depth. Skull height. No, that's good enough. Cranium slopes. Cranium width. Forehead slopes, forehead width. Cheekbones. Cheek size. Cheek position, eye size. Just having a quick look through all the options. Nose scaling, mouth scaling. I think she's getting close to what I'd like. Yeah, I think that'll do for now. Hi Abraham. Sorry, Abda. Maybe her hips are a little wide and her legs, but I kind of think it's alright. Next. Her name. Oh god, that's going to be a trouble. What's her name going to be? She's going to be an engineer tank, I think, so what shall I call her? Whenever you do dialogue, they always refer rank and last name, isn't it? So what will her last name be? Something to do with Gothic, something Gothic-y maybe? Bruce! Something like a witch's name, maybe? Anyone got a good idea for a witch's name? Or gothic name of some sort? Gloria? Glorificus? Galaxia? No, I don't want something that sounds like it comes from a porn film. Why do you keep saying men's names? Santa's little helper. Tarzan meet Jane? Cher. I don't really like Cher's music. I'm trying to think of a good last name though. First name, Cassie. Maybe. Last name. Esmeralda? What? Ensign Esmeralda? As in Oprah Winfrey? Oh, nah. Something that isn't recognisable too much. Millie? No, Cassie Millie doesn't sound right. I keep looking at my bookshelf for inspiration from looking at authors' names. I wouldn't say Asimov. Dolly sounds interesting, but Debbie Does Dallas, no thanks. Sinclair, I kind of like the sound of Ensign Sinclair. Can't really do Crichton. Bonnykin. Ensign Bonnykin. In fact, that's a good idea. Her name's going to be Bonnie. And her last name's going to be Kin. And Bonnie Kin. And she's not going to have a middle name. Now, do I type her full name here? Enter a name. Bonnie Kin. Bonnykin. And ship name. I already know what ship name I want. Crusader 01. I hope I spelt that right. Is that how you spell Crusader? Crusader? Is that spelt right? Because I'm dyslexic, I might be getting it wrong. So her name is Bonnykin and her ship is Crusader. Engage! I think I'm going to play through it all. I'm not going to skip it. Hi Jinx and Murdochs. Did I say hi already, Murdochs? Because the Temporal Agent Recruitment event is active, you may not skip the tutorial with a new TOS character. That's fine, I wasn't planning on skipping it anyway. Remember that you must acquire the Temporal Agent transceiver now during the event to be eligible for Temporal Agent rewards. Once you have become a recruit, you can continue to earn progress towards rewards even after the recruitment event has ended. I wonder, can you claim that transponder on TOS characters that weren't created during the event? Can you go and claim it somewhere? I don't know. I should say in-game chat, I won't be able to respond to any of that because the chat settings are all skew-whiffed when you create a new character. It has to be an event character, not just any old TOS. You can't change a normal TOS character into an event TOS character then. Here we go.
Captain's log, stardate 6147.4. We're orbiting planet Taurus 2 in the Murasaki 312 Nebula. Our orders: investigate the disappearance of a science vessel in this area. Search and rescue operations are about to commence.
People you can interact with have icons above their heads. You can press the interaction key, default F, to talk with them.
I'm going to do the authentic new player experience. And it took me 30 minutes to create this character. And
Use the W, A, S, and D keys. To look around, hold down the right mouse button and move your mouse.
I might be a bit slow because my eyes need to focus on smaller text that I'm not accustomed to reading so much. I want to get rid of that flashing question mark, it's a bit annoying. Talk to Captain Garrett.
Lieutenant, we've located the wreckage of a crashed ship down there. I need to get boots on the ground, find out what's going on. Take a landing party down to the surface, assess the situation, and look for survivors.
We'll beam down right away, sir.
You can't use the transporters due to atmospheric interference. We'll need to take a shuttlecraft down. Use the sensors to locate a safe landing site.
Sounds good to me, sir, but don't tell me what to do. I'm a strong, proud, independent woman. Yeah, we can click them away as they pop up, instead of just disabling them. These things should really be centered in the screen properly to enhance the new player experience. Oh, I was supposed to scan something first. Report to Captain about what I scanned.
Did you find a suitable landing area?
Yes, sir. There's a good-sized clearing close to the crash site.
Excellent. I've assigned Ensign Mears to your landing party. She's been to Taurus 2 before. Her insight will be quite valuable. Meet up with her and the others in the shuttle bay. Don't forget to grab a phaser in the armory on your way. From what I've read in Jim Kirk's report, Taurus 2 can get a little rough.
I'm going to move that up to the corner there so it's not blocking too much of the view. Aye, sir, I'm on my way.
Your current tasks will be displayed here.
Oh yeah, she's got a really sexy feminine voice. I can't do voices. Over here, look, over here, come on, over here, all the way over here. You might not be able to get there. It's so far to go. Ensign Tarsi, I remember you.
Reporting for duty. The captain's asked me to make sure you get back in one piece, and I intend to do just that.
Ah, what do you know about Tarsus, Tarsi?
In-class planet? Barely. The Tarians are big, primitive, and quick to anger. I'd keep my phaser handy if I were you. Speaking of which, if you want to follow me to the armory, we can make sure your phaser is properly calibrated.
But I don't have one yet, so I can't keep it handy or calibrate it until you give me one. Either way.
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective. Interactable items have a glow around them.
Double dialogue already.
To interact with the phaser to pick it up.
Press F. That kind of spoils the experience if it's not a clicky. Hello there, Build Nay.
Good job, Lieutenant. That should be enough, unless you want more practice.
Put the weapon down. Put the weapon down. Come on, weapon safety. There we go, H key. Sorry dude, I stole all your targets, but that's the way of STO these days. Go to the shuttle bay. Is it this way? Or am I going the wrong way? Ooh, what's in there? Engineering laboratory. Oh, they really packed them in on these old decks, didn't they? Oh, you can be another one of my crew one day. Ensign Mayer, is it?
Ensign Mears reporting as
Ensign Mears?
I'm ready when you are. Though I can't say I'm happy to see Taurus 2 again.
Why is that?
I was one of the so-called Galileo 7, a science team sent to study the Murasaki effect. Our shuttle crashed on Taurus 2. Not all of us made it back to the Enterprise alive.
But you did.
Thank you. You can see why I'm reluctant to return to such a place.
Ensign Mayers, you look all more butch than I do.
Yes, of course you're right, Lieutenant. I am a Starfleet officer and I will perform my duties. You can count on me.
Well, we'll see if you're any good. Hang on, I feel like it's not quite centered. All aboard! Oh, do you see my character's almost ghost image there, still next to the shuttle during the cutscene? It's barely visible. I want more of this landing and taking off and things in this game. Especially if it's like a Voyager starship with these struts coming out and things. Well, we're here. What do you got to say for yourself?
Ugh. It's just as grim as I remember it here. My skin is crawling. I can't help but feel like the creatures are out there, watching us, waiting to attack.
Oh, they're watching us, all right.
Okay. It appears the ship crashed somewhere north of here. There are 2 paths from here that lead to the crash site, and there may be survivors on both. I recommend you take Alpha Team along the northwestern path, and I'll take Beta to the northeast. We'll rendezvous at the main crash site.
So you're making the plans even though I'm in charge of the away team. Righto.
Remember, your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective.
Oh, look, there's the big wreckage.
To sprint, tap the shift key while moving.
Already did.
Is that a warp nacelle? Whoa. Ew.
So that must be the fuselage. Next, above.
Definitely Federation tech here. What's left of a shuttlecraft's coolant assembly, according to my tricorder.
So there might be a crashed shuttle nearby. Let's have a look.
There's your crashed shuttle. What's left of it, anyway. Look, someone's over there. I think they're hurt.
Let's go put them out of their misery. I mean, let's give them a hand.
Lieutenant, you won't be able to get close enough to revive him while that thing's venting plasma. Those valves should shut down the vents, though.
Morning, Parallax. Let's fiddle and friggedy with this vent. We'll spock up this shuttle a bit. Even though we're an engineer engineering up the shuttle. What's the matter with you? You take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
Thank you. We need to
Parallax, I've just created a new character. Agent of Yesterday. This is the new Temporal Recruit event. Oh, gotta take screenshots. Only Federation.
What do they feed these things?
There are other variants for that you can do with the Klingon, like Delta Recruit is a Temporal Recruit as well. What's this? Drive off the Tarkans, is it? Taurans? Excuse me if I get some of the words wrong, but my eyes aren't that great. And I'm also dyslexic. Ooh, I like that for a screenshot. Actually shooting the weapon. When you create your new character, it will tell you what character you can use, what characters. I think it's a choice between a human, Andorian, Tellarite or Vulcan. On your login screen you'll be able to see which one is the event type of character to create, and then it will tell you which species you can create within the event.
I'm Dr. Phineas Grogan, part of a research team studying the Murasaki effect. Well, I was before the ship crashed. I was looking for supplies when that thing roared. Got distracted and then that plasma coil blew. Damn near killed me.
You're lucky to be alive, Doctor.
You're telling me? We should get those supplies back to camp. Dr. Mueller's probably worried sick about it by now.
Then lead the way, dude. Yeah, when you create your character, in the creation screen there's a create new character and there's several little icons. There's one for TOS character. You click on that and you'll be able to create. If you create a TOS character during the event, they become a Temporal Recruit. TOS, the original series. I'm not sure actually. I mean, you get a temporal transponder if you're a temporal recruit. And as you level up your character, they earn rewards. And I think if you create 2, you probably get double the rewards. I don't know.
Am I glad to see you? We thought we were stranded here with those monsters.
Don't worry,
Those
we'll
supplies
get you out of
will
here,
come in handy
dudes.
while we wait. Just put them over there for now. You know, I think there's some old phaser rifles in there. Might come in handy against those creatures.
You'll only get the rewards as you level your character.
There are rifles in that crate. We should show the survivors how to shoot them. I'll set up some targets while you get ready.
My rifle is equipped.
A phaser? I've never shot one of these before.
Wait, you
can
want me
switch
to shoot
between 2
this?
equipped weapons by pressing Z.
The targets are ready, Lieutenant. Let the survivors start shooting and give them some pointers.
Yes, you would need a free slot. Sometimes they give away free slots automatically during these events. You just check to see if you've got one available.
Your weapon has an alternate fire mode. The effect of this mode varies by weapon. Activate secondary fire by pressing 2 or clicking the icon.
I get it. That gives me a lot more control.
Wow, thanks. That feels a lot better.
They're right behind me.
Did they take 32nd century phaser out of the weapon pack, or were they? I think they're only disco.
Heads up! The Taurians are attacking!
What's the matter, Tarsi?
We need to get these people to safety, Lieutenant. The Taurians will be back, and in greater numbers.
Yeah, we got hand phasers, but we equipped these civilians with rifles. Very safe. Agreed. Hang on. I can't read this text. It's too small. Tarsi and the other one will guard the pass while I get these to safety. I think they're safe now. Nope, there's one more. Maybe 2 more. Oh, I forgot to deal with these 2. Go to safety, dude. What you doing sitting there? Get off your backside. No time for pain now. Pain later. Fight now. You coming, dude? Oh, that's another nacelle. I thought it was part of the fuselage. This is the fuselage here. So he's just going to sit here on the floor. And them 2 going to point their weapons at nothing. Wow. How you holding up, Tarsi?
Lieutenant, we've held them off so far because they're scared of our weapons. But I don't think that'll last much longer. We've got to fall back to the wreckage. I might have an idea.
Hope it's a good one. Fall back, everyone! Fall back!
Shut
Take
the doors.
defensive
They're right behind
positions.
us.
What's your idea? Come on, spit it out. No time to waste.
Last time I was here, Commander Scott, electrified the hull of our shuttle. That drove the Taurians off when they tried to break in. Think we can pull something like that off here?
Maybe if we've got enough charge left in the batteries. Yeah, go away, primitives. Fried primitive for breakfast then, before we head out. 120 keys, that would be about 400 over 400 Lobi. No, hang on a minute. It's 4 Lobi per key, 120 keys. Yeah, over 400 Lobi. You never know, you might be able to get bioneural and tachyokinetic for yet another character. That's what I'd do.
You did it! Lieutenant, it worked! Bless you, Scotty, wherever you are. I think we owe you a very nice bottle of scotch.
Ah, make it vodka.
The Taurians ambushed us. I managed to escape, but the others, they've been taken. We've got to do something, and fast!
Get the survivors to the shuttle and I will rescue the hostages. So, you, get to the chopper!
I was thinking, we can use our tricorders to track residual heat signatures left by the Taurians.
Like thermal breadcrumbs. Well, look at that. We revealed some footprints. Well, that's just him defending his house. So I'll kill him. One shot them. They got no armor, no shields. Oh, something hit me. I'm not sure if I remember rightly, but isn't there one of these rocks, if you climb up on it, you get an accolade? I'm not going to try it though, because I did in the past and got stuck. God, that's a hairy person.
Lieutenant! We're over here! Help!
This is pretty bad. You crash land on an alien world and start shooting its inhabitants just because they're scared. Very original series.
Thanks for coming back for us, sir. We owe you one. Pretty sure those things were gonna have us for dinner.
Miss, are you a security officer? Don't you know how to break bonds? Haven't you been trained? Come with me if you want to live.
Fascinating. The Taurians appear to be in a late Stone Age state of development.
What's through
Now
here?
isn't the best time for an anthropology lecture, Skial.
Nothing. Returning to the shuttlecraft. After we've destroyed a little village of people.
Am I seeing things? Because those guys picking through the wreckage sure look like Klingons. Just what are the Klingons doing on Taurus 2?
Trying to conquer a primitive world? Ragey Wolf, thank you for the host. Welcome back. Ready, phasers, just in case they're not in the mood to talk.
Looks like they're not in the mood for questions, Lieutenant.
Enemies sometimes drop items. An item has dropped for you. Move toward the item and press F to loot it.
I got my first piece of loot.
Hey, is that a Klingon pad? Bring it to me. I have some experience decrypting Klingon data. Huh. My little sister's diary was harder to decrypt. Sure, Klingons are good at fighting, but computers aren't exactly their strong suit. And voila! One Klingon pad unlocked and ready for your inspection.
Why, thank you, Ensign Tarsi. Oh, my god, that's some pornography on this pad.
Your plan has worked perfectly, sir. Many ships have fallen into our trap. We've snared a few merchant ships and a Starfleet science vessel so far. You'll be pleased to hear that we're picking up a Federation cruiser on long-range sensors. Constitution class. Time to hunt bigger game. Glory to the Empire!
And I wonder what that Constitution class's name is.
Looks like the Klingons are using both guile and brute force here, Lieutenant. A pretty potent combination. The captain's definitely gonna want to hear about this.
I'll be captain soon. You might as well tell me. The USS Orville. You thought you could sneak up on me? Wonder how long it'll be before I die on a new character. It's got to happen at some point. Wonder how far I can go before I die. Where's Tarsi off to? Do these Klingons not have armor and shields? What ships am I planning? I'm going to go with the default ships. But I'm hoping to make this character eventually into a tank. So when I get skills, I'll probably do the skill tree towards tanking. No loot. Why did Tarsi go around that way? She's covering the flank. Is it a trap? Jumping down here? Are they hiding down there? They should be, but they're not. I would have been crouched down here if I was a Klingon, so as the feds jumped over the gap, I would have shot them up the arse. Rally the troops! Incoming Klingons!
We're ready to go when you are. Hope this thing's got enough fuel to get us back to the ship.
Me too.
Are you ready to board the shuttle, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Chuggity chug chug chug. Well, just stand there. We've got to get to the captain.
Never thought I'd be so happy to see a shuttle bay. I admit I had my doubts in the beginning. Didn't think I'd hold it together down there. Every time I heard those things roar. But here I am. Thanks for believing in me.
Yeah, but I could have done it without you. What'd you do to my ship now? Oh, there's Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. Hey, you stay away from that comm panel. I'm the senior officer here.
We have some uninvited guests, Lieutenant. We've been boarded. The Klingons have breached the hull on the engineering deck and blocked our access. Since I can't send security in, I need you to secure the deck.
Captain, you broke my ship already. How are you supposed to hand it to me if it's broken? I don't want a broken ship.
Start with the engineering lab. We need to bring our plasma relays back online. After that, secure the armory and main engineering.
On one condition, Captain. That you step down and let me take command. Since I'm doing all the bloody work.
I'm remembering an old Earth adage about leaping from frying pans into fires. Your orders, Lieutenant?
Grab yourself a nerve tonic and watch me in action. You killed my brother!
We'll handle these Klingons. Sounds like you're needed in the engineering lab.
Yep, let the girls handle it.
I'll cover you while you clear out the lab, Lieutenant.
Thanks for the loot. I keep forgetting I'm not on auto fire.
They shut down our primary plasma conduits. Get them running fast.
Bringing plasma conduits online.
Plasma conduits reinitialized. Auxiliary power restored. Now clear out that armory.
Yes, I'm earning my ship.
Watch out! More Klingons!
More! Or one. Oh, more loot. Gotta get the loot. Always pick up your loot at the early stages. I killed your wife right in front of you. Your house is gonna have no air.
Great
Now your son's
Secure
dead too.
engineering next if you can.
Oh, hello.
We've cleared the rest of the deck, Lieutenant.
Well done, let's clear out main engineering. Forget which way it is. Ah, it's in here. Klingons, would you mind clearing out, please? That'll be nice. That'll be good. Move along, nothing to see here.
British to engineering, please respond.
Oh, me barons, me poor wee barons.
Nice work. Internal sensors show you've secured the engineering deck. Check the power relays for the weapon systems. Looks like the Klingons fried them during the fight.
Stand by, sir.
Star Trek Online will change based on your career track. Engineering, science, or tactical.
Okay. I'm an engineer. Give me a lug wrench. I'll get this sorted. Bang, bang, bang. Kick. Ah, that fixed it.
Engines back online. Initiate evasive maneuvers. I need you on the bridge, Lieutenant.
But I'm an engineer. I like it here. And this can be auxiliary bridge, and I can take over the ship and kick you out for losing it to Klingons. It's a mutiny. For the good of the crew, I'm taking command.
Sir, incoming transmission.
Federation starship. This is Captain
I'm the Prince of
Temporal.
Nigeria.
Surrender if you
I
must,
have an
but
inheritance
I'd
for
rather
you.
fight
Can you
with
give me your
honor.
credit card details to unlock that inheritance?
Good work, Lieutenant. The Klingons will think twice before they try to board this ship again. Now take the helm. We need to get to a friendly sector.
Captain, you sounded positively proud that I repelled the Klingons and tried to take credit for my work. You're going down, dude. Oh, I got some nice rewards there. I got Tarsi, she's mine now. Impulse engine, phaser beam, and shield.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Tarsi's now one of mine. I'm not going to bother tailoring her up. I don't think you can with the default characters, with the story-bound characters. Right, I'm at the helm now. I'm going to scratch the
Sensors are
paint.
Picking up Klingon power signatures in 2 nearby satellites. I'm thinking they're broadcasting the distress signals that lured in our ships. Bring us in close so we can scan them and find out.
I seem to recall there's something I need to do here. Aye, sure.
Increase your speed using E. Decrease your ship speed by using Q.
Yes, but I think there's something that people need to do here that they don't really remember to do. And that's go into your options, keybinds, and swap the W and S keys over. Because S is the lower key, but it makes your starship pitch up. W is the higher key on your keyboard and makes it pitch down. So I always switch them over. So I'm going to change that to the S key. Hang on, no, change that to the W key. How do I do it? There is a way to do this. Yeah, there we go. S. You just highlight it and type the key in. Now my higher up on the keyboard W key will pitch me up and my S will pitch me down because they're back to front as far as I'm concerned. So I always like to switch them around. I'm just making sure everything works. Okay. Another thing is usually to set the power levels as well. Is a good idea, but do I really want to do that right now? Or should I be happy with the power levels I've got? And also setting the weapons to auto fire can help. Flying Scotsman, thank you for the subscription again. That's 12-month streak you've been on, mate. Thank you. A full-on year, exactly. It's your year anniversary. I'm very appreciative of it, Flying Scotsman. You've always supported me and I'm grateful. Thank you. Oh yes, that's a good one, Carter. Staying on move. Keep moving while dialogue comes up. Let me just see if I can spot that one. That would be basic controls, wouldn't it? Nope, not basic. Advanced. There's one here somewhere. It says keep moving during dialogue scenes. And turn off camera shake as well. Enable camera shaking, turn that off. Keep moving during combat dialogues. Turn that one on. How am I this morning? Creating a new character, so I'm in the mood to play. I'm in the mood for this. Watching the Star Trek Day stuff yesterday kind of got me in the mood. And seeing a lot of other streamers streaming a new character, so I figured I might as well.
Coming in now. Satellites are using a triaxulating signal. Strong enough to cut through the interference and reach ships outside the nebula. Clever. Almost a shame we have to blow them up, isn't it?
Yeah, so we must remember that for new players, it's
Position yourself near the beacon
more
and
dialogue.
hit F to interact with it.
Yeah, we must remember that for new players, a good tip would be to swap the W and S keys over. Switch off camera shake if you don't like it, and switch on keep moving during dialogue. So 3 little tasks to do before you do the space bit. How do you turn off camera shake? You go into options, controls, and it's the first checkbox on the list. You just hit the off, and you scroll down to keep moving during dialogue and turn that to on.
Use your torpedo to attack enemies who are not shielded.
Nice work. One down, one to go. Looks like this one is shielded, though.
You must be within 10 kilometers of an enemy to attack it.
She's a predator. Highlighting teammates, I'm not sure. Click on them.
Use your phaser beam to weaken shielded targets.
Well, my weapons are on autofire. I think I'll switch them off for the purposes of this tutorial for the moment.
Use your torpedo on an enemy when their shield is down. You must be out of combat to answer the hail. The red alert message at the top of your screen will indicate if you are in combat.
Oh, shift tab for teammates. I didn't know that one. I knew it was tab for enemies.
Can you hear us? We're under attack by Klingon raiders. Our shields are buckling. Won't last long.
Hold on, Captain. I'm on my way. Although I've got an incompetent captain sitting behind me on the captain's chair.
Activate full impulse by clicking on the arrow. Deactivate full impulse on a shield that is low on power to repair it. This will divert power from your other shields.
Coming about to launch torpedo. This Klingon's fast. We haven't got full impulse, but we've got invasive maneuvers. But we're not going to hit it. Because we're trying to get a torpedo to fire, but it... without doing phasers, because I'm just trying things out for the fun. Well, you can't fire a torpedo unless you can align your ship. I thought this was supposed to be a tutorial.
Thanks for the help. Our engines are offline. Could you transfer some energy and get them started again?
Another good tip, the R key stops and starts you, so you don't have to worry about scrolling the speed. Just press the R key to go and the R key again to stop. It's a toggle. Yeah, slow down. That's another one. That can increase your turn rate. Your turning circle. Decrease your turning circle, increasing your turn rate. I'll give you some powered freighter. Ain't got hazard emitters though.
Lieutenant, I've made some modifications to our torpedo launcher. I think you'll like the results.
Modifications to the
Remember that
torpedo
you can
launcher.
Activate full impulse by clicking on the arrow. Deactivate full impulse by clicking on it again.
Or forget about full impulse and just go to full speed by pressing the R key. May not be full impulse, but it's full speed. But if you want full impulse, you do have to click the arrow, I think.
Activate high yield torpedo by clicking on the icon or using Alt+1.
Decrease speed, turn better, fire torpedo.
More Klingon ships detected on long-range sensors, sir.
Lay in an intercept course.
Increase
Launch weapons
speed.
and fire at will.
Only fools rush in with full impulse, and besides, full impulse eats away at your ship's power. It diverts all the power into the engines, so your weapons will be weaker because they've lost the power. It's gone to engines. So best not to go to full impulse. Although you can if you're in a hurry, because your power that diverts to your engines will eventually return. Phasers. Watch for their shield to go down. And high yield torpedo. Phasers. Slow my speed for a better turn rate. More phasers on the aft. High yield is in cooldown, so more phasers. Watching the shield go down. Yep, it's down. Fire torpedo. That feels more like a tutorial at the moment, now that I'm getting my head around it.
USS Enterprise, acknowledge please.
Ooh, Ahura! Where are you? I can't see you. Ah, there you are.
So, the cub comes to fight beside the wolf, eh? And now you will die with him as well.
You call me a cub? I'm a targ. I'm watching the shields, trying to get both phaser rays to bear. Readying a high yield. The shields are pretty low now. And fire the torpedo. It hurt him a little, but he's a tougher enemy. Non-high yield. Aft weapon. Forward weapon. Keep broadsiding a little. Ready a high yield. Didn't need it. Didn't need it. He chickened out. Slow down to catch the Enterprise.
Thank you for your assistance.
Spock! Where's the rest of your dialogue, Spock? Thank you for your assistance, Crusader 1. Sensors indicate there are no enemy vessels remaining in the area, in the sector. Our actions today should deter the Klingon forces from further acts of piracy in the area, though they are often far from logic in these matters. I kept thinking I was still moving because the Enterprise is moving, and it was kind of confusing. Thanks for the update, Commander. Can you take this stupid captain off my hands so I can take command of the ship already?
Looks like we're done here, people. Starfleet Command wants us and Enterprise back for a debriefing on this mess. Helm, set a course for Earth space dock, warp factor 3.
And I think I just earned my first skill point. Engage warp. Spock's not dead. He's starting a new TV series soon called Strange New Worlds. We're gonna meet the crew of the Enterprise! Is the voice dialogue loud enough? Because sometimes it seems a bit quiet to me. It's not loud enough. Or it's loud enough. Because I want to make sure the voice dialogue's correctly set for this. It's not loud enough. Let me see if I get a setting for that. It's set to maximum. Maybe it was just that one piece of dialogue, or was it overall dialogue, Carter? Because it's as loud as I can make it. Overall, the voice dialogue of the game is not loud enough. Maybe the ambient music is too loud then. I can't put that above 5% or else it will drown me out. I'll put it up another 5%. And we'll see. Actually, I'm going to turn the music down a little now as well. Maybe it was the music that was too loud. I'll just check the other ones just to make sure. Interface, volume, voice dialogue, notification window, video volume. It all seems okay to me. Welcome to Earth space dock of the early 22nd century, is it? Hey, you're just one of my own. You've got nothing to say.
It's been a pleasure working with you. I didn't enjoy going back to Taurus 2, but we got the job done thanks to you. Starfleet First Officers must be my good luck charm. Captain Garrett has requested me for a new logistics position here at ESD. Might not be as glamorous as the Final Frontier, but I've accepted. Until next time, good luck out there.
Is that a bit better, the voice dialogue? I think it went a bit too loud. So who shall I talk to first out of the original crew? We'll start with Chekhov. Scotty last, he's the best. Save the best till last.
We were in Starfleet Academy together.
Always nice to see someone from the Academy days. Class of 2268, yes. I seem to recall an incident involving you, a Rigelian flame rose and the unfortunate activation of fire suppression systems during one of Professor Tavan's lectures. Very cold, almost like Siberian winter. What am I using to stream STO? Streamlabs OBS. It made pretty positive impression on Cadet Winstead, however. I'm terrible at reading dialogue. That's why I prefer voice acting. Sulu.
May the great bird of the galaxy bless your planet.
I understand you were at the helm during the fight with the Klingons. That was some fine flying. Keep it up and you might get the chance to helm a Constitution class. From what I've seen, you're up to the challenge. I sure the hell am, and I can go beyond Constitution class all the way to Odyssey class. Thanks, Lieutenant. Uhura!
Lieutenant Uhura of the Starship Enterprise.
Leave it to the Klingons to set a trap inside the Musaki effect. I don't think they'll try anything like that again soon. Be careful, Klingons tend to hold grudges. Your friend Captain Core might try to settle the score while you're down there. I can't read this dialogue, it's too small on this setting. But I can't change the setting because people have said they prefer it this small. I wish you could change the size of the font without changing the size of the user interface. McCoy.
If you're going into the lion's den, you'll need a medical officer.
I'm going to offer you some free advice. Don't be afraid to listen to the advice of your CMO, especially when it's followed by the words doctor's orders. In my experience, officers in command branch tend to get hearing problems in such circumstances. I'll keep that in mind. You know, it feels this isn't the first time I've given you some advice. Know anything about that? I might. Because time travel is involved and you've already been there, Dr. McCoy. But I haven't done that part of the timeline yet. So I will meet McCoy in my future, but it will be his past because of time travel. So he remembers me, but I don't remember him yet. He remembers me being, what, a year older? It's a little Easter egg they dropped in there, I think. as a Vulcan colleague of mine might say. I'll let you get back to it, Lieutenant. Thanks for the help back there at Taurus. Don't mention it, Doctor. And finally, the best one, this last Scotty.
That was some fine work back there, friend. It's not every day one walks away from a brawl with the Klingons. You look familiar. If you don't mind me saying so. Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir, but you would remember me if I don't remember you.
Ah, must be my imagination then. You meet a lot of folks serving in Starfleet, to be sure. By the way, I heard you ran into the local wildlife on Taurus too. Right unfriendly devils, aren't they? I won't be forgetting those gigantic spears anytime soon. Look me up sometime. We'll have a drink and share some caveman tales.
Thanks, Lieutenant Commander. I could use a good drink. And it's nice they've got Scotty's dialogue in there because his son did the voicing for this game. The actor's son did the voicing for the game, so they were able to get a bit of Scotty dialogue in there. But they didn't have people who sounded like the others, so they couldn't put their dialogue in. When we spoke to Chekhov, did we get his dialogue? Because he's still alive, isn't he? And so is Sulu. No, Sulu's still alive. It's Chekhov that's gone. Is Chekhov still alive? Or did he pass? I know Sulu's still alive because he was at Star Trek Day. Just got to look out the window for a moment. Sulu did sound a bit older and a bit aging in Star Trek Day, didn't he? I mean, he got the decade wrong when talking about Star Trek, but we can forgive him for his age. Right, enter Admiral Garrett's office. Oh look, it's NASA Mission Control. Oh sorry, no, it's Earth Space Dock Mission Control. You can see how it evolved from NASA to Earth Space Dock and so on. Ah, Chekhov is still alive. I don't know why I thought he was dead for a moment. Next to the bar. Captain Garrett. Any relation to Captain Rachel Garrett? Is she a granddaughter?
First off, Fleet promoted me to Admiral. I'll be working with Deep Space Command on several exploration initiatives there. Our ship's going to need a new captain. I've talked it over with Command. They agree with my recommendation. You. Congratulations, my friend. I know the ship will be in good hands once I'm away. Don't think you've gotten rid of me, though. I plan on keeping you plenty busy out there.
Congratulations, Lieutenant. Every generation, Starfleet officers hear the call of duty. Hidden dangers lurk in space, and the threat of Klingon attack has made even the most stout-hearted reconsider their choice to travel throughout the stars. A last-ditch effort to find a common ground could end this conflict. But there are many who oppose peace. If the Federation is to be saved from chaos, new officers will need to take up the task of restoring peace. Live long and prosper, Lieutenant.
Bit of shadowing on that cutscene. Sort of an invisible tracer of your character.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
but I do think they got the faces quite accurate to the original series and the 1960s look of just people and actors. They didn't have razor blades that shave so close, so they've all got a little bit of stubble. Alright, we're in the social part now of the zone. That's why we're seeing other players. We've completed the first part of the tutorial, I believe. What are we to do now? There's no prompt. Do we talk to the Admiral again? Sorry, the Captain. We did manage to force him out though, so it's our ship now. He says he got promoted to get him off of the Captain's chair. That's because I spoke to the Admiral and said, look, he's incompetent. He let Klingons board the ship and I had to clean up the mess.
I have some new orders for you.
Explore Earth space dock.
I've outlined important people you should talk to while visiting Earth's space dock. Speak with the tailor to customize your appearance. After that, speak with the ship vendor to claim a shuttlecraft. Stay safe out there.
Stay safe out there. Keep your social distance. Wear a face mask. Wash your hands. Thank you for the follow, Andy. Another UK person. Who's this? NPC. I just like having a look around. A few people creating Andorians. You might want to close your legs when you're sitting like that.
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective.
Let me just see if the Enterprise crew is gone. Yes, they are. And none of them stopped around for a drink. He looks like somebody I might want to talk to later. I think that way goes to the transporter room, doesn't it? So it must be through this door. Speak with Taylor to customize your outfit.
Welcome to Earth Space Dock. Congratulations on your recent promotion to command of a starship. I can help you adjust the details and particulars of your uniform, within regulations, of course. This is a good time to update your uniform with your new rank insignia.
Thank you. Show me what's available.
Is there anything else you need?
No, I'm not going to read that. But I am going to update my rank insignia, as they say. Modify. Sometimes takes a while for the tailor to load, especially if it's a new character. Uniform. Rank insignia should be on the uniform, shouldn't it? Oh, I can change my height. Couldn't do that before. And I can change my stance. Seductive, maybe. Feminine. Or seductive. What do you prefer on this? Do you think I should go feminine or seductive. Thoughtful. That doesn't do much. I thought it put your hands behind your back. It does. Just takes a moment. Twitchy. Looks very android-like. Stern. Swagger. Cute. I'm not sure which I want to go with, to be honest. Creature. That's very witch-like, but a bit too on the nose. Brawler. Kind of like that, but no. Have I just started this game? Nah, I've been playing for 9 years. This is just new character. No, I think I'm going to go feminine. Now, where's the rank insignia? I thought it was on the uniform. Ah, yes it is. There it is. Change rank insignia to Lieutenant Junior grade. Let's make it gold coloured because I just like gold coloured. Purchase for nothing because it's free. And exit
Is there
the tailor.
anything else you need?
Not at this stage. I don't need anything at this stage. So it's speak to vendor to claim a shuttle. Everybody's getting their shuttle.
Welcome. Admiral Garrett said you would come by to requisition a new shuttle. While you're here, feel free to look at the other ships we have available for requisition. I'm here to help you choose a vessel. What would you like to know? Which one were you interested in?
Browse selection. I can get a Class F shuttle now, I think. Ships cost... That one costs dilithium. That one costs nothing because I already bought it on another character. Same with that one and that one, but I'm not going to reclaim ones I've already bought. I want the authentic experience for now. Are you sure you want the Class F shuttle? Yep, I want the Class F shuttle. It says talk to Admiral Garrett, but I thought you had to activate your shuttle first or something. Let's just have a quick chat to the ship selections officer. Look at my inventory while I'm at it. Because I've got better gear for this ship. So I can just upgrade the gear right now. Oh, it won't let me. Oh yeah, I was doing it in the wrong slot. Just double click the gear and it will auto equip. Yep, that's good enough. Did I get any dilithium? Not yet. Look how small my inventory is at the moment. I haven't got any good gear for the shuttle. Ah, I could put a tailoring job on my ship, can't I? Maybe not on... I can customize the shuttle. I didn't know that, but I'm going to customize the ship while I'm here, just for the sake of it. Windows, I doubt there'd be many customization options. Oh, you get the original bridge. Well, maybe not the Constitution one, but you do get an original one. I usually go with Corvus for the pattern on the hull, the paint job. But this time instead I'm going to go with Virgo, now that I think about it, because Virgo's very boy racery like. So now I've got the Virgo pattern on there, I can actually colour that pattern. Deep red. And a deep blue. I think they'd be better off the other way around. That doesn't look very good on the nacelles, does it? Maybe I'll change the nacelles. Which one's the nacelles? This one. Change that to Corvus. No, there's not very good patterns on these early ships. It'll do though. Save. Load to make sure it's saved. Apply. And now do the same for the shuttle, if it's possible. Whoops, wrong one, that's not the shuttle. Oh, you get skin type with this. They just messy it up a bit. Veteran one's always good. You don't get much on here, but it'll do. Save, load. I said load. And apply. I'm going to recheck the starship. Yeah, you don't get whole patterns. No R&D yet. Okay, I think we're good. Hi, Buff Fresh. I do like my ships to be distinctive. That's why I'm not really too much of a fan of the vanity shields.
Remember, your objective locations can also be found on your compass as
Because
well as your minimap.
they put players into a box of a certain appearance. I prefer to be unique.
I know that being a starship captain is a big responsibility, but I believe you're up to the task. If you feel that your ship is ready for its next mission, I can give you new orders.
Of course, continue.
Stay safe out there.
You have just earned your first skill points. Click here to learn more.
I thought I earned the skill point earlier.
Skills will increase your effectiveness in both space combat and ground combat. Select any skill to see a full description of the benefits gained by purchasing it. Every space skill costs 1 space point to purchase, while every ground skill costs 1 ground point. You will earn 1 space point every level, and 1 ground point every 5 levels, until you reach level 50. For each skill purchased, you will earn progress in unlocked paths. Space skills have 3 paths corresponding to the engineering, science, or tactical categories, while ground skills have only a single unlocked path. Unlocks sometimes offer choices upon reaching certain milestones. They are also the primary means of learning to train your bridge officers in new abilities. You may select any unlock node to see what benefits it provides. Powerful abilities can be earned by spending 25 or more of your space points in a single category of skills. You will not be able to earn enough space or ground points to purchase everything available to you. You may change your skills by clicking the Retrain Skills button. Gold subscribers earn free respect tokens every rank, and additional respect tokens can be purchased via the C-Store.
That was an information dump that might be a bit too much for a new player, I think. But this allows me to spend my first points. Do I want to go hull tank or shield tank? Because I'm planning on making a tank character, and I've never done a shield tank character before, and I don't know if that works at the lower ends. But I think that's what I'm going to do. So do I want shield restoration, which is clicking a heal to restore shields, or do I want shield capacity, which means my shields will be bigger, have more hit points, I think. Is that right? Let me just have a quick read. This skill increases the maximum shield capacity of your starship, while each starship has its own base maximum shield value. Yeah, this increases the amount of power in my shields, doesn't it? Shield capacity is about how big they are, how much power they have, and restoration is about how quickly they heal. You can heal them. I think capacity. It'll take it longer for the enemy to take them down then. So purchase that one. I'll eventually purchase all the shield ones, I think, if I want to go shield tank route. And ground. Do I want to be a tank on the ground as well? Or do I want to go kit modules, or do I want to go weapons? It's hard to say. I think I'll just do kit module for now. And I will choose mine barrier or turret fabrication. Turret fabrication is the manual I'd like to create eventually. Still got to unlock a lot of traits. And bridge officer stations, I've only got one crew member, one senior officer at the moment. And she can be put on my ground team, even though she's got no ground skills right now, by the looks of things. Can't even access her skill tree right now, to be honest. I can access my own skill tree, but not Tarsi's. Ah, yes I can. It's just a matter of clicking them in the right way. And Tarsi's ground skill is grenade. And her space skill is high yield. And I don't have any gear to hand her down. Oh, did I just get a phaser? Yes, I did. I got a better phaser, I think. But I can't equip it. I don't believe I can equip it. Because I'm not high enough rank yet. No, I can't equip it. But I can put a shield battery on. And I can put these batteries on as well. A strong offense is a good defense. In the shadows of Cestus.
Ever hear of Edrin 4? Jim Kirk got into a tussle with the Gorn there and barely lived to tell the tale. Both the Gorn and the Federation have teams there now. I'd like you to back our new people up in case the Gorn decide to engage in a little cowboy diplomacy.
I'm going to get a fair few bits there. I'm going to get a new crewman as well. And my first dilithium.
Stay safe out there.
Click this button to beam up to the system map.
I will do that in a moment. I just need to take a quick bio break. Because it's been 2 hours. So I'll be away from keyboard for 120 seconds. Back in a mo. Okay, I'm back. Gotta hydrate. Those sounds are coming from the game, yes. The original series. Boo, clonk, clink, clink, tic tac. Right, so in the shadow of Cestus. If I remember rightly, it's like an episode version of Minor Instabilities, the TFO. I could be wrong. My memory's never that good. But beam me up, Tarsi?
Click on this button to warp out to sector space.
Welcome to the Sol System. All visitors to Earth's space dock are required to fly close enough to the station for our tractor beams to lock onto your ship. Our automated systems will notify you when you are in position. When we've locked on, press the dock at station button and we'll do the rest. Thank you. I just want to have a look. Oh look, someone in a Galaxy Dread up there. Kind of defeating the purpose, but if that's how you get your fun, who am I to argue? Oh, I got my shield batteries on there now, that's good. Go Earth Space Dock. It's kind of like the Fleet Space Station before it's been tiered up. Before it's been leveled up. Looks like a butt plug. See some of these old ships around here. If we can catch any. Only 3 players here. There must have been about 20 players last night. I might recognise that name from somewhere. That's the same ship as me. That's a legendary mirror dreadnought. And a Vulcan ship here. Anyway. Exit system. Oh, we'll do it the authentic way. Yep, that of Space Dock is the original series Space Dock before the movies.
Click on the icon beside your mission to order your crew to plot a course to your next mission. You are now in Sector Space. Sector Space is the main overworld map of Star Trek Online. From here, you can travel to different planets and systems. Sector Space is a no-combat zone.
Actually, that's not true. Sector Space is not a no-combat zone. What about Deep Space Encounters? Well, semi-true. The computer didn't say about this one. Press M key to open the map. Computer voice not working for this. Get a different map in the TOS area. It's the smaller version of the Beta Quadrant. And this is where we're headed. It's the press M key. You can actually get that Vulcan ship, the Enterprise era Vulcan ship, Enterprise series. Oh, isn't it great going at level 5 lieutenant speed. And no slipstream. Oh, another thing to do is to make my icon a bit bigger, because these little things are too small for me, but not that I can see them anyway. But there is a way to make them bigger. Options. Gotta figure out which one it is. Non-tooltip delay, cursor, color palette. Scale, cursor scale. God, what are they called? Oh, it would be in the HUD section, isn't it? Buff display scale, that's it. You can make them bigger with that one. There we go, it's gotten bigger. There we go, that's more comfortable. You have to do it separately on the ground, I believe. What will I do without a keybind? Without a spacebar spam? It's been a long road getting from there to here. Eridon is a Jeep-type star that, until 2267, had 3 planets. Edran 5 is a Class L planet created by the enigmatic race known as the Metrons to resolve a conflict between the Federation and the Gorn. Yep, this is the planet where Captain Kirk used a mortar to kill a Gorn. But he didn't kill him in the end. He showed mercy. And aren't the Metrons... aren't they in the Alpha Quadrant in the main game, and their borders are sealed off by ominous devices? The First Federation? Isn't that their place? And the game hasn't done anything with it over the years? Or am I thinking of a different First Federation? I might be thinking of something different. Anyway, in the Shadow of Cestus.
We're reading several Gorn ships on our sensors, as well as the USS Zhangha. The Zhangha is hailing us now.
Put it on screen. Use your antennas to increase the amplitude.
Welcome to Edron 4. I'm Bridget McKinnon, CO of the USS Zhangha. Glad you could join us. My science teams are on site and conducting initial surveys. Apparently, this place is quite the geological marvel. We're not the only ones present, though. Our friends from the Gorn hegemony aren't terribly chatty, but so far they're keeping the peace.
How can we help you, Captain?
Well, I'm sure my people wouldn't mind an extra hand down there on the geological marvel. Feel free to join the party.
I'll send a team to the surface then. I just had a thought. My character is, I said, gothic, almost witch-like. Isn't there an episode of the original series where they used magic instead of science? Be nice if they could do something like that in the game. Where the Enterprise was trapped in a square substance and held over a candle flame. Oh god, I can't remember the name of that episode.
Captain, the Gorn are scanning us. They might not be talkative, but they are curious about us. Orders?
Maintain course, steady as she goes.
I recommend caution when dealing with the Gorn. They can be easily provoked.
There's a Gorn ship in it. Or is it?
We have entered the orbit of Edron 4,
Transporter room
Captain.
to bridge. The geological team, supplies, and gear
are ready to beam down to Edrin 4.
Very good. Stand by for transport. Beam to Edrin 4.
Lowering shields for transport. I'm detecting some unusual energy signatures in orbital space near Edrin 4. Recommend we perform a deep scan of each. They could be hazardous.
Agreed, Helm. Bring us into sensor range. So I just beamed down a team, not my away team. Just a regular crew team. And there's gear. Supplies. Perfect. Orbital scan.
Strange. For a moment there...
What do you got, Tarsi?
It's nothing, Captain. Thought I was picking up an impulse drive. False alarm. I'll recalibrate the sensors. Don't want to be jumping at shadows here.
You might want to keep an eye out for cloaked vessels from a race beginning with R, maybe? A race where a lot of players like to create tactical characters from.
Captain, the science and engineering teams indicate that they have made it to the surface and made contact with the science team from the Zhangha. The rest of the landing party is standing by in Transporter Room 1. They're ready to beam down when you are.
I'm coming down. They're all safe now. During missions you ask... I'm not reading that. Where's the computer voice dialogue? It was just talking about selecting your away team members, I think.
Ah, there you are. Better late than never, huh? Ensign Skavron, Starfleet Corps of Engineers. Lovely planet we've got here. Charming, even, if you're fond of heat and rocks. Still, it's not a complete wash. To say this place is mineral-rich would be an understatement.
Sounds like it sucks, Ensign.
You can find mission objectives on your mini-map or by pressing the scan area key.
Computer voice is back. The V key. Mineral samples. This is minor instabilities before it's been fully set up. That's the mine through there, isn't it? Hang on, no, there's that wall is going to be extended across here. So that's the west entrance, and the south entrance hasn't yet been built. Let's have a quick mosey around. Would you like to be on an away team and be told to live in one of these shacks? You can see how they're constructed. I thought they were just big barrels. Where's a Gorn to kick down a gate when you need him? Ah, we're in the same as me. We're all red shirts here. Oh crap, that don't bode well. Oh! Oh! Recognize him? Ensign Hunter? I think everybody recognizes his face. It's Daniels.
My tricorder showing some interesting mineral
Time traveler.
Beyond this ridge.
I think he looks a bit older than normal. That's Daniels. He's going to be the one to give me my temporal transponder, I think, at some point.
This looks like a good place to start our scans.
Yep, it's definitely him. Same voice, everything. Take minerals. I just scanned. Oh right, the yellow thing's up here. That's just the marker, the waypointer to get to these interact objects.
Nice to see a report was spot on for once. The mineral deposits here are remarkably pure.
I'm surprised you don't have to play a mini game like the dilithium mine game. This is just a wee pointer.
This carbon deposit is unusually pure. Apparently the Metrons don't prepare half-rate planets.
I disagree, Tellarite. And I think we should have an argument about it. See who scores the best points in the argument. Where's the sulfur?
Whoever gets the mineral rights to this planet will be pleased. Very pleased indeed. My readings indicate there might be dilithium on this planet. I'll need to take more scans to be sure. The variety of minerals in the topsoil alone is astounding.
Do you ever shut up, little man? Or do you have to comment on everything?
The soil here has a high concentration of sulfur.
Why isn't my character commenting so that I feel like part of the story?
Either my tricorder's broken, or the soil here has an amazingly high concentration of sulfur.
My nose told me that. My nose told me that before, Ensign. So shut the F up.
What the? Mortar fire! We'd better head back to...
What the? What the what, Ensign?
Off the pass. We can't reach the camp! Who would do this?
Look! Over there!
It's the Gorn!
Hi, Gorn. Would you like to make peace? I guess not. Ow! You give me a headache. That's why I shoot you in the back. Hail ship.
Captain, this is Lieutenant Newman. One of the Gorn ships just exploded. They're blaming us and attacking our forces on the surface and in orbit. Captain McKinnon tried to explain, but they aren't responding to any hails.
Ah, hi, Disintegrate and Casmond. Yep, 60s style Gorn in their Tarzan suits. I missed the dialogue, I was too busy mind wandering. Oh, does it seem like they destroyed the Captain McKin? No, they haven't destroyed. Have they destroyed a ship? Is this my ship talking, or is it one of Captain McKinnon's crew? It's my ship talking to me, so they've destroyed Captain McKinnon's ship, I would guess. His ship, so he's going to be my next crewman. Got a red alert!
Way ahead of you, Captain. We're defending ourselves, and our shields are up, which means we can't beam you back to the ship. Afraid you're on your own for now.
Over there.
Well, that's a fat lot of good, isn't it? We're on our own.
Infernal canyon further down the valley.
Run, move, more gone ahead. Ready weapons. Go on, I don't suppose you want peace, your brothers didn't. Get the big one first. Loot. Always take your loot. Always. Especially during the early stages. I'm not asking these ones to be peaceful. It's clear they have no peaceful intent, plus they just destroyed a starship.
We need a way out of this canyon, and I'm thinking that big rock up there is it. With a little Federation ingenuity, we can topple this rock with a makeshift bomb. Once it's down, we can walk across it and get back to camp before the Gorn use the Zhangha's science team as target practice.
Okay, Tellarite, but you really should give up smoking. Your voice is sounding
read
bad.
Captain Kirk's report on this place. We have all the materials we need here to make bombs. They won't be pretty like me, but they'll get results. If you can collect the materials, Ensign Hunter and I will work out where to place the explosives. We're going to need at least 3 bamboo containers, sulfur, potassium nitrate, and coal.
Very well, let's MacGyver ourselves
Behind
up some
us.
bombs. Behind us? Where? Oh, I got some armor. Time to equip some armor. More hypos. Oh no, that's a big hypo. And more batteries. And I just realised no, I still can't use that phaser. Let's gather up the crap. Okay, Tellarite, aren't you going to comment this time? Hope you're going to not make your team leader carry all this. I am just a girl. More loot. Hypos. I'm a koala. Bamboo. I'm a panda. Bamboo. I'm taking no prisoners now. You destroyed a starship. I think.
Good. Let's take these materials over to the bottom of that huge rock.
Okay, it's time to blow some shit up.
Right. Ensign Hunter and I will construct the bombs we need to bring down this rock across the canyon. That's the easy part. It's up to you to keep those angry Gorn off us while we work. Hope you're a good shot.
Tellarite, shush a minute. It's Ensign Daniels, but don't tell him that because we don't know it yet.
Well, at least the Gorn are punctual. Keep them off us! Crush that coal up good, Hunter. Not like that. Finer.
Yeah, Daniels. We ain't got no replicators today. Not
Careful
matter
with that.
replicators, only food
Potassium
replicators.
nitrate can react explosively with these materials.
They're gonna get
mix it with
us.
the coal. Carefully. I'd rather not get blown to pieces today, if you don't mind.
Gorns never miss with a rock.
We're just about done.
I want a Gorn starship weapon. Sort of like have 10 Gorn mounted on the front of my starship throwing rocks at the Borg cubes. Since they never miss, they're going to cause a lot of kinetic damage. Hell, I might teach them to throw torpedoes.
Done! Now let's get these bombs in place.
With Omega warheads.
Well, now that Ensign Hunter and I did the hard work, it's time for you to pull your weight around here. You need to place these charges under the rock. Spread them out, though not too far. I'm sure you can figure out an optimal placement.
You wait till I'm your captain. You're gonna suffer. I'm gonna make you clean the plasma conduits with your tongue. You give me any argument, I'd smack you one.
The bombs are primed to blow. We should move to a safe distance.
Tarsi, follow me, the rest of you stay there.
Fire in the hole! Absolutely. We should be able to climb that rock just fine. It's steep, but a minor obstacle for us nature conquerors. Just, watch your step.
Shavrin? Has your voice changed? Did you breathe in a little too much, what is it, sandstone and sulfur?
Back in the academy, they said that in the battle of man versus nature, man loses. Well, take that, nature.
His voice did change. They've added in a bit of extra dialogue, I think.
I hope the scientists are all right. The Gorn aren't known for their mercy.
Can't we do this in minor instabilities? I just want to have a look. Go the wrong way just to have a look. You never know when you might get an accolade. Return to camp by climbing the trapped rock. We did.
Looks like some Gorn came through here. We better hurry.
Yeah, with their feet set to kill. And their fists. At least kill the gate. Let my people go! Is that Mother Gorn? Gorn, show some mercy, please. I know you're not tending to show mercy, but please. Got to talk some
Thank
Spock
you.
to the lead
Things
scientist.
were looking pretty grim there for a moment. The Gorn. They kept saying the deaths of their people would be avenged, but we didn't do anything. I haven't fired a phaser since the Academy.
You're safe now, Doctor. Join your people on the shuttle and head back to the Zhang-Ha? The Zhang-He?
Glad you're in one piece, Captain. It's clear up here for the moment. Transporters are standing by.
Ooh, I like her accent. Voice was different again.
Looks like the Gorn have exercised the better part of valor, Captain. But the Zhang-Ha's in rough shape. Captain McKinnon is hailing us now.
So they didn't destroy the ship, they just disabled it.
Good to hear from you. Thank you for saving my people.
No thanks needed, Captain. It's my job.
We're making repairs, but it'll be some time before our engines are back online.
We'll head to your position and lend a hand. We'll be there in about 3 days.
We're picking up Gorn warp signatures on our long-range sensors here. They're coming back.
Helm put us between that ship and the Gorn.
You can fire all weapons at once by pressing the space bar.
Why, thank you! I can finally spacebar spam again. Must ready that high yield as well. Slow down. Turn better. No killing. Oh.
Thanks for covering us. The Gorn would have made short work of my ship otherwise. I owe you one.
You owe me 6.
Slow but steady. Our warp drive is still disabled, but we're making progress.
I'd have you up and running in a moment if I had hazard emitters.
Thanks. I hate to ask, but something's bothering me. We picked up strange energy readings before the attack. It could be nothing.
Send your data. I'll have someone look over it.
Sending it now. I'd start with the debris of the Gorn ship that was destroyed. There might be a clue there.
It's a Daedalus class. Who destroyed the Gorn ship? Could it possibly be a race beginning with the letter R? Remember those strange energy signals we picked on entry to the system?
I ran a deep scan analysis of the Gorn debris, and the results are damned peculiar.
Well, don't keep it to yourself.
Gorn ships aren't as tough as a Tellarite design, but our scaly friends know a thing or two about hull plating. Whoever fired this shot knew exactly where to hit them.
And we've already fought Klingons, so it can't be them. We scared them off.
Not with the data we have now, but the science team just found another strange energy reading nearby.
Well, let's see what's out there. Time to explore.
Picking up debris from the Gorn ship, and some trace elements of weapons-grade plasma.
Plasma?
I know who did this. It's the Romulans.
I was going to say Romulans. Couldn't I just... He said plasma and I'd say Romulans, so I'd be like the hero instead of him just giving me the information and me just going along.
I'll shave my eyebrows if I'm wrong. It's the Romulans, I'm sure of it. There's more bad news. The Gorn are coming back, weapons hot. Orders?
Oh, now you want orders. Right. Fight.
It's the same ship as before. Doesn't look like they're back at full strength, though.
Target's shields have failed.
You can fire mines all you like. I can't lose at this level. Go on. Woo, go on.
Thought we could share this space equally, Federation. Your unprovoked act of aggression against our research vessel tells me otherwise.
Somebody's disrupting the peace. Captain, we have data that proves Romulans attacked that ship.
I see no Romulans, only Federation ships.
No, you won't see them. They got cloaks.
Fool, Captain.
I'm sending the data. See for it. See it for yourself.
Convenient, Captain, but I am unconvinced. Produce these Romulans that you claim destroyed our ship, or prepare to pay for your crimes.
What do you want now, Tellarite?
Captain, I've got an idea. If we can generate a charged particle burst, we might overload their cloak.
You're like a bad role player, Tellarite. Right, come out, wherever you are, Romulans. Two of them, three of them.
You're quite the clever one, Captain. Too clever, I'm afraid.
Is everybody
No
a female?
one of our actions here today. Your death, while regrettable, is necessary.
We'll see about that. Ah, the Romulans are using Klingon D7s. It's funny, in the cutscene they weren't using D7s. In the cutscene it was 3 Talis. But in reality it's 1 Talis and 2 D7s. Did anyone else notice that? The cutscene got it wrong. Torpedo up the tailpipe. That thing's got to have a tailpipe.
Target's shields have failed.
Susan Soracium, welcome. Or should I say Susan Soraciosium? Get it right one day.
Well fought, Federation. The hegemony will remember the Romulan treachery today, and your assistance in exposing it. I propose we continue our joint surveys of Edrin 4 under a mutual non-aggression pact.
I think not. You gonna have to die. Alright then, maybe.
So there was another player on the field. Nice work out there, Captain. We'll be heading for the closest starbase soon, but we'll be back to finish our work here, along with the Gorn, I'll wager. I think the Romulans will take a pass, though.
If you thought the Romulans were a bad, wait 100 years till the Borg show up.
All decks have reported in. We're ready to disembark on your order.
Disembark? Okay. Let's warp out and disembark.
Most missions can be turned in remotely. Click the icon next to
Good
the
to hear
mission
from
to
you.
report to the
I've read
contact
Captain
and
McKinnon's
turn in the
report.
mission.
Sounds like things got a little rough on Edrin 4. Still, the diplomatic corps thinks your actions will make a difference in future talks with the Gorn. Well done.
The D7 was a Klingon design. They traded one of their D7s to the Romulans in exchange for a cloaking device, so that the Romulans could then reverse engineer the D7 and learn how to do warp drive, because they didn't have warp drive back then, and the Klingons could reverse engineer the cloaking device to have cloaking devices. It was a trade. Warp drive for cloak. That was the an early version of the canon, but as you know, Star Trek changes its canon on a daily basis these days. But yeah, the Romulans didn't originally have cloak, which doesn't really make sense in the original canon, because they left Vulcan to become Romulans, travelled so far across the galaxy in those days that how did they do it without warp drive? They must have used cryoships or something. And Vulcans had warp drive back then, so why didn't the Romulans? I think the Klingons got the warp drive from the Herc. So they had warp drive before even Vulcans. Because the Herc conquered the Klingon homeworld and the Klingons had to give up being farmers and become warriors. And they turned the Herc technology against them to free their world. The Klingons have a lot in common with the Bajorans. Except the Bajorans didn't kill their gods and give up farming, they just used their gods to change from farmers to warriors or something. Or the Bajorans went soldier route, whereas Klingons went warrior route.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
I suppose the warrior spirit is individuality, so they didn't need their gods, so they killed them off. Whereas the soldier spirit is teamwork, so they did want their gods to work with them, so they didn't kill them off. Just like the soldiers of the Dominion, the Jem'Hadar have gods, the changelings. This is all my own headcanon, I suppose, because who knows what real Star Trek canon is these days when they keep changing it. Okay, we've got that chatty little Tellarite who thinks he knows it all on our crew now. And more points to spend, another space point, so another shield point, I think. Should I go another shield point? I think so. No extra traits at this point. Tellurite's now here on our crew, and we can put him on our away team as well for future use. And we've got a gear upgrade. New armor. New shield. I still can't use that phaser, but I've got a better secondary phaser. A rifle. And more hypos. And batteries. And I can give Tarsi a bit of armor and a better weapon, and he gets nothing at this early stage. We've also got a piece of armor. That's the best upgrading I can do at the moment. I should have some dilithium. First ever dilithium. I think that's about all we can do at this stage. And now we're being hailed with a new episode. Better hydrate first. Tactical. Maybe there are some cannons where the Klingons did steal the cloaking device. I know the Federation stole the cloaking device. Captain Kirk went on a mission specifically for it and had to warp out at warp 13 on the old-fashioned warp scale. Okay, painful omens.
Starfleet hasn't heard from Deep Space Station K-13 in a while. It's in a tactically sensitive part of the quadrant, and the brass is getting concerned. Get out there, find out what you can, and render assistance if needed. And hey, be careful, okay? This could go sideways, fast.
So I'll be getting more gear update now, and I'll be getting a science officer, I believe, as well.
Stay safe out there.
You are now in sector space. Here ships travel at warp speed between systems. Combat does not take place in sector space.
That map thing's come up again. The navigation doesn't work. Oh yes it does, it waits to the last second to turn. It bounces off the star. Yep, Star Trek has more plot holes than the Bible. And that's saying something. That's why we all invent our own little head canon to fill in gaps. Right, plot a course to K13. Make sure we get there within 2 weeks. I don't want to be 60 years older by the time we get there, so hit the warp drive. I'm enjoying actually playing this again. It's been a while. It's been about a year since I last played these episodes. It's coming to a halt. Ah, there's another player right next to me in the same ship. Everybody's got the same ship in this time period because Starfleet has one production line and one or two production lines, no more. Yep, multiverse, multiple timelines per universe in the multiverse. Multiple multi-timelines. Deep Space Station K-13 orbits Beta... Is that Fornicus? An unremarkable Class K planet. The station was recently constructed by Starfleet in response to an elevated Orion Syndicate activity in the sector. So the Orion Syndicate was around in Archer's time, it's still around in Kirk's time, and also in Deep Space Nine. So the Orion Syndicate went on for 200 years. My headcanon says the Orion Syndicate are a breakaway part of the Orion Society that turned women into slaves to combat their pheromones. Whereas the regular Orions were conquered by the Klingons, and that's why we have Orions on the Klingon Empire. And they daren't use their pheromones because the Klingons would kill them.
We've arrived near Deep Space K-13, Captain. This is odd. I'm not picking up any comm traffic. No signals, nothing at all, from K-13 or the other ships in system.
Scan for signs of enemy ships or activity.
Sensors aren't detecting enemy vessels or warp signatures. No signs of combat either. This is peculiar. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Well, let's go to yellow alert then, because it's bloody unusual. Set a course for the station. Not that I don't see it anywhere, but there's a waypointer to it.
Captain, the other ships are raising shields and charging weapons.
But they're Federation ships. What could possibly have gone wrong? I guess we're about to find out. Come on, high yield. Time to come out of cooldown.
All ships disabled, Captain. Captain, those were the Starfleet ships assigned to patrol this sector. I don't think that was a war game or training sim. Their weapons were at full power.
Didn't feel like full power. Hail those ships, see if you can raise them. See if you can raise anyone.
Stay away! They're taking control! Don't come near us! They'll take you too! Ah, this station came from the station! Ah!
I tell you what, we'll stay away and you leave us alone in exchange for Captain Kirk's nephew. We'll give you Kirk's nephew if you leave us alone. We'll tell you where he is. Who's taken control? What's happening over there? A channel that is absent of a signal is free to pick up other forms of signals, perhaps from outer space or even inner space.
Message from Starfleet Command, Captain. We're to investigate the situation immediately.
Captain Dougherty mentioned the station. Bring us closer in. We'll leave those ships to fend for themselves for now. Let's hope they're not half dead. What happened to you, K-13?
No signs of combat on board the station, Captain. No hostile life form readings either. Everything's quiet.
Too quiet. Red alert! Battle stations!
Sensors are picking up a number of life signs over there, but I'm not reading any unusual activity. All of the station systems seem to be functioning normally. Think we should beam over and have a look around?
We could play on the safe side and just blow it all up. But yeah, let's beam over.
I don't like this. No one's at their duty stations. Not even the transporter operator. Station's not on alert. What's happening? Tricorder's picking up a life sign nearby. Looks like they're in sickbay just across the hall.
Ah, well, if it's a virus, make sure to wash your hands, keep social distance, wear your face mask, and loot everything lootable, just in case we have to scuttle the place. Let's go have a look at sickbay.
Those blast points on the wall are from phaser fire. There was a fight here. But with whom? No sign of Klingon or Romulan weapon fire. Just Federation.
Yeah, I so want a Klingon agent of Yesterday. We've got a sort of Discovery era one, but not an original series one. I've got a bad feeling about this. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi's line. It's from Star Wars.
The lights have all been dimmed, but it looks like sickbay's still operational. Over to the right.
Then I'll go left.
Captain, I think I saw motion in that room to the left.
Let's have a gander then. Hello, what are you doing? I see you're self-isolating.
Stop where you are and turn about slowly. I need to determine if you are infected.
I am infected. I'm infected with red shirt syndrome. I'm gonna die soon.
Neural parasites. A life form last encountered by the crew of the Enterprise at Deneva Colony. Those possessed by the creatures tend to engage in hostilities with the uninfected. The better to render them fit for infestation.
So this episode takes place directly after the last episode of the original series. This is the 80th episode, so to speak.
Temet, and while you have not engaged in hostilities thus far, I have seen infected employ false passivity in order to lure unwary prey. A tricorder scan of your adrenaline levels should verify your status.
A logical precaution. But don't you stick a thermometer up me bum.
Scans show a slightly elevated level of adrenaline, though nowhere near that of an infected life form. Thank you for your patience. One can never be too cautious where these parasites are concerned.
Yes, I think these parasites are COVID-233 bug. fully evolved.
According to Starfleet data files, the parasites can be safely destroyed by exposure to high-intensity ultraviolet light. My attempts at reconfiguring the station's lighting thus far have been unsuccessful. I am a physician, not a habitat engineer.
Ah, Shavin, here he is.
As a precaution, I have developed a serum that can render a person toxic to the creatures. However, medical supplies here are limited. I have enough serum to inoculate your landing party and one other person.
So you want me to take the vaccine? What about a booster? This Lieutenant Kin of the USS... Oh yeah, my name's Kin. This is Lieutenant Kin of the USS Crusader. Is anyone on the station able to respond?
Now there's a voice I wasn't expecting. I take it you heard my distress call then. Well, in case you haven't noticed, the station's been overrun by neuroparasites. The wee devils are back with a vengeance.
So I see, we're safe in sickbay. Can you join us here? There's whiskey to be found?
I'm afraid not. I'm in the auxiliary control room, down on the engineering deck. The place is filthy with parasites, so you'll understand if I don't go out for a wee jaunt.
Okay, we'll deal with that Cova Zeta variant.
I have secured a small amount of security gear. It may give you another edge against the parasites.
Excellent, Ensign. You'll join my crew eventually. Daniels, are you back here again?
Equip your bridge officers by selecting them, then double-click an item in your inventory to have them equip it.
What just happened? Did I... Oh, we got armor from there, didn't we? So we can give our crew armor. Hang on, is that better armor than the one I've got on? No. And I still can't use that phaser. Let me just check my weapons. There's a better hand phaser there. Which one's better? That one is 53 phaser damage. That one's 59, but less time DPS. How can a phaser that does more damage do less DPS? That one's better on secondary fire. I think that's the best we've got at the moment. Proceed through the mess hall. Hang on, is there anything else in here to look at? You never know. Die, Federation scum! This is the way to deal with a virus.
The creatures continue to be resistant to tricorder scans, sir. It may be fascinating. I'm detecting an unusually high level of tachyons nearby. Based on these readings, it is possible that a temporal event has occurred on this station within the last 4.2 hours.
Yeah, he's standing right there. Fascinating. Let's keep moving. Check those corners, check those corners. Where'd this one come from? Stopping power. Can't we just take the Jeffries tubes?
The auxiliary control station is down the hall to our right. I'm reading a single human life form within the room. The biosigns match those of Commander Scott in the Starfleet Medical Database.
And the biosigns also indicate a heavy amount of whiskey in his system. He's making a last stand and having a drink while he's at it.
Hi there. It's good to see a friendly face.
Brains! Brains! Nah, I'm just kidding, Scotty. I've come to rescue you.
Ah, there you are. I was beginning to get a bit concerned. Thought you might have been taken by those little beasties. I'll just lock the door so none of them can get in while we discuss our next course of action. Now that you're here, we've some work to do. The way I see it, we need to get to main engineering and turn on the station's ultraviolet lighting. That'll sort the nasty buggers out properly.
Ah, morning, David. How am I liking what they've done to it? To be honest, I haven't noticed much. But then it's been over a year since I played it last.
While I cannot attest to the ability of UV light to sort Denivan parasites, it will initiate a complete molecular breakdown within all parasites exposed to it.
Aye, she's a Vulcan, all right. I was trying to override the lighting controls from here. It looks like someone sabotaged several duotronic relays. We have to repair them if we're going to have any chance of saving the station. Before we go, grab yourself a kit from the crate there. It might come in handy. We better get a move on. The parasites aren't ones to loiter about.
Glad you're with us, Scotty. Time to work some miracles. What do we got here?
To gain new ground combat abilities.
Aye, this is one of the broken relays, right here.
Wait up, Scott. I've got to equip stuff now. I've got a kit module.
That one was easy. Just a few more to go.
What is this kit module? It's a
Alright.
photon grenade. Scotty, wait a minute!
That the parasites tend to stay in dark corners. If you want to avoid them, do your best to stay in the lit areas.
We didn't get anything else, did we? I don't think so, except maybe a regenerator. That's only usable in advanced content though, because you don't get injury on normal. You supposed to repair that? I thought we were. Or did Scotty just do that? Yeah, did you puke? Is your puke alive?
Parasites like the dark. We devils that they are.
Where's that kit module? I don't see it. I don't see the kit module. I don't want to move until I get that equipped somewhere. I've got 2 high posts there, so I suppose I can move one of them. Excuse me, put the kit module on. And a trait. Is that a trait or just a tool? Because I can remove something. Oh, it's already on there. Stubborn. No, mental discipline. Which way are we going? Doesn't matter. We
Our odds of
heading
success
along
are
here.
greatest if we remain in well-lit areas.
Put down the kit module just in case it can fire through walls. They usually can. Are we going back the way we came? So I like to make sure I cover all possibilities. Another one came out of nowhere. Splat! Oh, when you rip it off your back it dies. Because I'm toxic to it. I've been inoculated.
Ah, this one just needs new fuses.
That's what I saw one in there. In the dark. Stay away from Scotty! You can't get them all because they jump from hidden places. They must be up on the ceiling and I'm not spotting them. Right, I've gone all that route, now this route. Already done that bit, I think. Get that corpse out my way. They must be falling from somewhere. Yeah, you can't get them all because they come out of nowhere sometimes. That's kind of cheating. I suppose it's if you stay in one place too long.
Now this may be a bit tricky. Just a wee bit longer. There we are now.
There's one more to find somewhere.
I'll have this fixed up straight away. That takes care of that. No trouble at all.
Look at that, I'm still shooting the same dead one. Well, she had must have been using Invincible. Going the wrong way. Every time I turn the wrong way. How come the others didn't attack? Why did they attack one at a time? Perhaps they don't like sharing meals. Wow, look at them all. But I can't target those ones. Oh, me barons, me poor wee barons.
Ah, it looks like someone has overridden the command codes. You best get to the command center and see what you can do from there. I'll stay here, barricade the door, and keep trying to get those UV lights going.
Okay, I don't know. What's this? Ah, we go through the Jeffries tube.
Look, who are those soldiers? They're definitely not Starfleet.
They look to me from this distance, though my eyes are bad, they look like Nicole.
Get the lights while the commander's down.
That's a possibility. They could foreshadow them in Strange New Worlds, because I think Strange New Worlds take place before this, a decade or so, or 2 decades beforehand. Let there be light!
dying. All of them.
Salvage what you can and send a squad to kill the Federation vermin.
I'll see you at Glondon Core. Damn. I didn't need my kit module there. Before any of you speak, let me pick up loot. There we go.
We need to talk.
I thought we might, Mr. Time Traveller. And we also need to nuke something in chat. There we go, just nuked something from chat. Now is not a good time, Daniels.
Actually, the name's Daniels. This may be a little difficult to absorb, but recent events may make it more plausible. I'm actually from the future. I can't tell you how far. Just that it's a future worth protecting. That's why I'm here now. The aliens we're fighting are called the Nakul, and they're waging a temporal Cold War with us. They're trying to change the timeline here in order to disrupt the future. Understand that I follow a temporal version of the Prime Directive. There's only so much I can reveal to you. Trust that we're doing the right thing here. I can't tell you how far. Just that it's a future worth protecting.
I disagree. It's not a future worth protecting because of the Great Burn. Maybe if it was a future timeline that didn't have that, it would be worth protecting. So you'd be better off sending me on a mission to kill Michael Burnham. And there'll be, and all the crap that she caused.
Time's a factor. We need to stop the Nakul from obtaining the neural parasites. The Nakul ship that brought these invaders is now fighting the USS Ptolemy. Someone must have sent a distress call. Unfortunately, Ptolemy is no match for the Nakul. Neither is your ship, at least not alone. We should eliminate the parasites on the ships you fought earlier. Those crews will help you once their minds are their own again. It's risky, but it's our best shot here.
Okay, Daniels, but I hope you're going to prevent the Great Burn. If you've got time travel, you can do that because you know how it's resolved and you can stop it from ever happening. You know that it was caused by a child having a tantrum.
The Ptolemy is holding the Nakul off while we rescue the other ships, but they won't last long. K-13 is hailing us, Captain.
I'm transferring command codes to you now. Use them to remotely access the computer on those disabled ships and emit an ultraviolet flash inside.
Let there be light, Scotty.
This is Captain Seralt of the Ptolemy. We have engaged the enemy ship, but we are outmatched. Please restore those ships and join the fight quickly.
I bring the light.
That did it, Captain. Looks like everyone's coming around. The parasites are gone.
This is Captain Doherty of the USS Myrmidon. What happened? What's going on?
Your crew was taken over by neural parasites. We've defeated them. Now we need your help fighting this alien ship. I haven't seen... Oh yes, the trailer. Not the... I've only seen one trailer for the season 2 of Picard. I don't know if they've released any more than that one trailer. I'm still watching through all the Star Trek Day streams and everything. Still got to catch up on some of them.
Parasites? What? Okay, sorry. We're right behind you, Captain. Lead the way.
I did see a trailer for Star Trek Prodigy.
Something's wrong. We're not doing any damage.
have some kind of temporal shielding.
Temporal shielding? Never heard of it. But maybe a modulated iron burst could disrupt it.
Whoa, whoa. Is that where he starts to get the idea for the antimatter beam to replace torpedoes, and Geordi modifies it to fight the Borg? Well, that sucked.
Send those devils back to wherever they came from. We do have a wee problem, however. The burst I sent, when combined with the power source, created a feedback pulse. The feedback is creating some kind of spatial anomaly, which is beginning to
it sucks.
We need to evacuate immediately. Scott here. The portal's collapsing. We're in for a right bumpy ride. Everyone's aboard. Get us clear before that portal blows.
And there it goes, into the future. Ready to become our fleet holding.
Captain, before K-13 was pulled into the vortex, I picked up a few distress signals from inside the station.
Speak up, man. Scotty, you said we had everyone. Where are they gone?
Perhaps not. After all, it was a temporal vortex. They may well survive. In another time.
Yeah, and there's some Klingons on board too, for some reason.
Well then, it's been quite a day, hasn't it? Neural parasites, time-traveling raiders. Why, things will seem almost normal once I'm back on the Enterprise. Speaking of, I'm sure the ships here can give me a lift back to her now that they're parasite-free. If Starfleet Command gives you any grief on this, remind them that lives are more valuable than equipment. And you saved a lot of lives today.
Give my regards to Captain Kirk and crew. Never hurts to suck up to the higher brass.
I apologize for springing all of this on you at the last minute, and I'll explain more as soon as I can. For now, I can tell you that history is unfolding as it should, and that was not the end of K-13. You're building a fine tradition of making the right decisions in crisis situations. In the meantime, don't talk to anyone about the Nakul or their time travel. We can't risk any further corruption of the timeline.
Understood. We'll talk soon, Daniels. And I'm going to need more answers.
System scans clear, Captain. Looks like everything's getting back to normal. We can leave the system on your orders.
Hey, Tarsi, did you hear about the Nakul? Send out a fleet-wide distress signal. The Nakul are invading. But Daniel said don't. Yeah, well, screw him. The Starfleet should hail me automatically.
K-13, an entire space station, just disappeared into some type of spatial anomaly? And I thought some of Kirk's after-action reports were a little out there. Starfleet Command won't
calling me a liar
with the loss of K-13, or the people that were still on board. But they'll be happy to hear about the lives you did save. Good work out there. Keep it up.
Yeah, so you don't get into trouble when you lie, as long as you saved half the lives. And let the other half die. Or disappear into the future, as the case may be. Alright, new crew member coming in. The Vulcan from that mission.
Stay safe.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Another spec point. Not spec point. skill point. And more gear. Shield's the same, I think. Yes, so someone else will get that shield. Put it on Tarsi since she was the first to join my crew. We got dual pistols there. I think the little idiot can have dual pistols. We got Temet now. We can upgrade her phaser and give her some armor. And for our ship, new warp core, new torpedo, but still stuck for an aft weapon and 2 consoles. Second lot of dilithium earned. Got some R&D from that. Oh no, basic kits and modules tech upgrade. Oh! You can upgrade your tech with a basic. No, I'm not wasting my dilithium on that. Never waste your dilithium on basic tech upgrades. Better to save it, it's more cost effective in the long run. Nothing to upgrade me with. And spend the skill point, I forgot to spend that. Do I want more shielding at this stage? I think I'll go for an energy weapon this time. Although this character will eventually be a tank. A shield tank. I think I can afford to spend something on energy weapons at least, because you can't... Tank needs to generate threat. And weapons can do that. And now for the next episode, return to Babel.
We have a problem at Babel. Caridian rebels have taken several Federation trade officials hostage. They're threatening to kill them unless the UFP withdraws from the Corridan sector. I'd like you to work with the negotiation team and try to resolve this peacefully.
And we're going to get a better armor, better deflector, and choice of officer. I also ought to
Captain,
put
I need to
Temet.
speak with you in my quarters. I think it's time for that
By waiting.
explanation I owe you.
One moment, Daniels. I think lower decks might be good if they got rid of the captain's daughter. What's her name? Because she's just so annoying and grating. And they also made Boimler a bit more of a man and less of a boy, less of a baby. Very well, let's go to my quarters, but you keep your hands to yourself, man. Hang on a minute, what happened
There's
there?
more to this mission than you realize, Captain.
I thought we were supposed to talk in...
Something's not right. I'll explain shortly.
Didn't he say ready to talk in the
You are
chorus?
now in sector space. Here ships travel at warp speed between systems. Combat does not take place in sector space.
Well, you've already said that to me 3 or 4 times. And done the map thing. Once is enough. It's not double clicking. There we go. Right, set a course for wherever we're going next. We'll be there in about 6 years' time. Till we get better engines. How far away is it? Not far. If I'm right in thinking, this is the last one before we go to the future. And I might be wise to put my weapons on auto fire. Just better check the skills as well. The tools to see what I've got. They're already auto-equipped where I can easily get them, and Temet brought with her a tractor beam. Tevet, whatever she's called. Return to Babel.
All right. I appreciate your patience.
So we are in the quarters.
I'm what's known as a temporal agent. It's my job to preserve the timeline. You helped me stop one temporal incursion at K-13. There's been another at Babel, and I could use your help with it. Welcome to the Temporal Ready Room. I use it to monitor the timeline. The Nakul have sent
it's witchcraft!
Point in time. We believe they disrupted the Babel conference in 2268 aboard the USS Enterprise. I want to send you back there to stop them. You'll be sent back to a point shortly before the conference begins. I'm sending one of our best temporal agents along. I believe you've met.
Yeah, check off.
Again. It's been some time. For me, at least. For you, I see hardly any time has passed.
I remember you from Space Dock.
It must be strange to see me looking, older.
Once you're on Enterprise, deal with the Nakul and make sure the conference proceeds as
planned. Yeah, I was thinking it's Chekhov's dad.
Which will allow me to communicate with you and bring you back. You'll also have these bioscanners. They're short range, but will detect Nakul agents nicely.
Do the job right, and no one will know we were there.
Do the job wrong, and the Great Burn might not happen.
The situation at Babel shouldn't be happening. Something in the past has changed, and not for the better.
So now we've got a mission to do it within a mission. A mini mission. So now we're on board the garbage scowl. Sorry, the Enterprise. No temporal transponder yet.
Let's begin by using Enterprise's sensors to look for signs of our time-traveling friends. The computer won't have any details on the Nakul, so you'll need to recalibrate the sensors manually on the bridge.
Just like Jadzia Dax.
Oh, and one more item to be aware of. Ensign Pavel Chekhov is currently on duty on the bridge, which is why I will be remaining here out of sight. As much as I would like to visit the bridge again, two of me in the same place would raise questions neither of us wants to answer.
I see you've still got grey sideburns.
Let's get to work. I will check with you again after you are done on the bridge. I haven't worn this uniform for some time. It's a little snug.
The Enterprise Bridge. There's Uhura. There's Sulu, is it? No, that's Chekhov. Sulu ain't here. Daniels is here instead. No, that says... That's not Daniels, is it? What if I just stroll around? No, that's not Daniels. I thought it was for a minute. Uhura, get out that chair. I'm taking your ship and I'm going off and it's going to be mine forevermore. Do some Spock at Spock's station.
Nice work. I'm getting some readings from Deck 11, but I can't pinpoint them. Some sort of interference. We'll need to get close and scan by hand. Start with the mess hall. There are a lot of people coming and going there.
Heading to Deck 11. I just want to stay here for a while and look around. Did Uhura ever sit in the captain's chair during the original series? Because if she didn't, then the oversight has now been corrected. You're out of uniform, miss. Where's your short skirt? I mean, she has one. I wonder, can you explore anything more? No. Yep, you might be able to. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm just going to explore around. Unless I'm spoiling the episode, of course. I don't think I would be. Just seeing how much they built. Check the doors to see if they open, and the turbo Jeffries tubes. No, that's about it. That's all they built. That's alright. It's enough to service this part of the story. Just hope I didn't get myself lost. Scan delegates. Half those names I can't pronounce. I recognise Andorian. This is a good place for screenshots if it didn't have flashing arrows. But then I suppose you've got to time your screenshot when the arrows have disappeared. Which is what I'm going to do. Just find a nice place to stand. Yeah, you got to time your screenshots so that those arrows don't appear. I think I got a few. Right, let's do some scanning. Good God, what a fashion sense. Don't mind me, Andorian, I'm not scanning you. I'm not invading your personal space. Well, You're okay for now. You just got a touch of Ebola. You'll be fine. Yes, little green men. Sarah looks drunk. So he sees his opportunity.
It does seem unavoidable.
How do you vote on the Corridon mission?
I vote to kill all Tellarites. Oh. She's a hottie. That needs a screenshot. I'm not scanning you, don't mind me, I'm just scanning the carpet. There was a report of shoe damage. Don't you look at me like that.
The delegates is leaving the lounge. Follow him. He might be trying to slip out before you can get a scan.
Yeah, we'll get Tarzan. What's the matter with you?
Is there something I can help you with?
Yeah, put some clothes on. Apologies, Ambassador. Just a routine routine scan for biocontaminants.
Oh, should I be concerned? It was my understanding that the transporter filters out biohazards.
We're being specially thorough for everyone. You understand.
Of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Have a pleasant afternoon. Right, off to the armory.
Looks like they're on the move. Though I'm still getting a lot of false readings on the sensors. Let's keep checking the deck. Like the old Russian saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1.
The whole equals more than the sum of its parts?
Being here takes me back. It was quite a different time for Starfleet. Head back toward the reception.
Why is that button there all the time?
There he is. Wait, that's Ambassador Gav.
Ambassador Chav? I mean
One down,
Gav.
unlikely more to go. There's nothing we can do for Ambassador Gav, unfortunately. Memory serves, Captain Kirk was attacked next, on Deck 5.
Oh, there he is. He's been hung up to dry. That's the ambassador they were talking about. Kirk! We're here to save you! Since you can't save
Captain's
yourself
wound
these
is
days.
serious. He'll bleed out if we don't help him. Stabilize him, quickly. Dr. McCoy will be here shortly to finish the job.
I think this is the only place in the game where you actually see Kirk. The only place. And how do we know it's really Kirk? It could be somebody who looks like him from behind. Somebody's replaced him. Could be a temporal agent. Oh, did I just rip his... Did I just unzip his trousers? It sounded like it.
Good. It looks like the captain is stabilized. We need to move. I've detected Nakul technology in engineering.
We'll stop them there. But first, Captain Kirk's quarters. He lives the simple life. Is there anything iconic to do with Kirk here? Doesn't look like it. Just very basic. Might as well be a monk. Where's the Tantalus field? It's not in there? Ah, damn. Wrong universe. Am I going to the wrong place? I think I am. Oh, it doesn't matter which turbo lift I use. Get a choice of two. What are you doing, Daniels? How dare you without permission?
Someone set a bomb in here.
Oh, that's Scotty.
And keep the mains online at the same
It's
time.
my eyes.
Wait, Chekhov, is that you? You look older than me, lad. And you, the last time I saw you was on Dorzana Station. Something was dodgy then, and it's more than a wee bit dodgy now.
Just made rank 62. Does that mean in one more rank's time you'll get the special ability for your character's class? Fleet marks. The only way to make fleet marks is to do TFOs, and the only way to get fleet credits is to spend those fleet marks on fleet gear. What did Scotty just say? Someone set a bomb here. I cannot defuse it and keep the mains online at the same time. Wait, Chekhov, is that you? You look older than me, laddie. And you? The last time I saw you on Drozana Station, something was dodgy then, and it's more than a wee bit dodgy now. Drozana Station. That was the episode. Everything old is new? That they're referring to there?
It's complicated, Scotty. We've been sent back in time to keep the Enterprise from being destroyed. Aliens are trying to alter the future of the Federation. There's no time to explain. You have to trust us, old friend. We're here to help.
But Chekhov, the Federation has no future. It's going to be destroyed by the burn. Starfleet will barely survive.
Alright, lad. You can start by helping me keep this ship from blowing to pieces. And get rid of that bloody bomb, if you can.
Just tell me what to do. I'm a slave. Not a strong, powerful female.
Divert power to the number 2 shield.
Divert power to the number 2 shield.
Divert power to the number 2 shield.
I just did.
Good work. Now check on that bomb.
It's still an explosive.
Auxiliary power to engines.
Come on, stand up, character. There we go.
Auxiliary power
Different
to engines.
consoles.
Good work. Now check on that bomb. Repair teams, detect 19.
Run back and forth like a headless chicken. Woo!
Good work. Now check on that bomb. The captain's ordering me to cut the power? I see what he's about.
Ooh, what the hell is that?
That got him.
We can't disarm this bomb, but we need to get to that Orion ship anyway. We can take it with us.
Why not just beam it into space?
We can't let that ship be captured. It has dangerous technology on it. Scotty, I need you to trust me. That ship needs to be destroyed. You can't tell anyone what happened here. It could damage the timeline irreparably. Besides, I'm captain now, so I technically outrank you.
All right, lad. I'll take you at your word. Once you're ready, I'll send you.
Does
and that
rank
bomb.
extend beyond time? So that's an Orion ship, is it?
Good luck to you. Energizing. Now, what's this?
Ah, so they can keep in touch covertly. Because Chekhov doesn't entirely trust the temporal agency he works for. Because Daniels keeps things too close to his chest. So are we on an Orion ship now? Sooner cool.
The Orions will lock down their ship. We need to override their security systems.
That's a Gorn.
Push X to aim your weapon. Aiming your weapon will give you a 33% bonus to damage.
Does anyone do that? Well, I've got the X up. Ah, that's how you do it. I very rarely do that. It feels uncomfortable to me.
Use the B key to toggle between shooter mode and RPG mode.
I hate that shooter mode. But the X key can be useful, I just forget to use it most of the time. But a 33% increase in damage. Never knew it was that much. Only hypos and batteries in the loot.
Use C to crouch. Crouching gives a 50% defensive bonus against range attacks, but increases damage from melee attacks.
So when you're creeping along with the crouch key held, do you still get the 50% defensive bonus? You hit crouch like this, but you can still move, but you're moving slower. Do you still get the bonus? Because I've never used those things before.
I'm going to try to attach the bomb to the Orion ship's engine controls. I'll need you to cover me. See if you can hold them at the doorway so they can't shoot me in the back.
Haven't you got a shield from the 100 years more advanced that can protect you from these old-fashioned weapons, Mr. Chekhov? And armor from 100 years in the future? Or even Daniel's 29th century stuff, or 31st century, whatever it is? Oh, I'm being back already. That was a bit odd. Are they in the naughty corner? Just trying to get a screenshot here with my bridge crew.
That was close. I'm glad I got you out of there in time. You're both valuable agents. Of course, no one will know what you've done today, with the exception of Commander Scott. That being said, this won't be the strangest thing he'll see in his career. Not by a long shot.
But my bridge officers will know.
Indeed. Comes with the job, I'm afraid. In the meantime, I can send you and Captain Chekhov back to your respective timelines when you're ready.
Thanks, Miracle Worker Daniels.
That was quite an adventure. I think you have the makings of a fine temporal agent, my friend. As good as it was to see Enterprise again, I have other duties to attend to. We're preparing for a very serious event, the Battle of Procyon 5. That conflict will determine the...
Continue, Mr. Chekhov.
Ah, but you don't need to worry about that now. Enjoy your time on the frontier of yesteryear, a time that will never come again.
But this isn't yesteryear from my perspective. Ah, there's a few players here doing their...
We could have lost critical figures in history. Sarek of Vulcan, James Kirk, and the crew of the Enterprise. The list is long. However, the timeline was preserved, thanks to you and Captain Chekhov. The Babel Conference proceeds as planned, and Corridan is admitted to the Federation. Well done. I'll continue to monitor the timeline for incursions. I hope I can count on you again when the time comes for action.
I hope I can count on you when the Great Burn comes. So, I get some more gear and I get an officer. I wonder which officer I will choose this time. Let's have a look what I've already got. Got an engineer, a science and a tactical, so it doesn't really matter what I pick up. Is there any difference with them? Like space trait or something? No. Tactical team, beams fire at will. Attack pattern alpha, attack pattern attack pattern beta, attack pattern omega. This one is leadership, that's a space ability. Space trait. Cannon rapid fire, cannon scatter volley, torpedoes high yield. And the Tellarite. Torpedo spread, cannon scatter volley. I think I'll take the one with cannons. in case I ever want to do a cannon build soon. And that is a human with a space trait that the other two don't have. So the human's the one to choose, and it's a tactical officer, because the human's the only one with the space trait. Leadership. I think all humans come with that. You can join my crew, dude. Not going to change his name or anything, but I am going to give him some gear.
Things are heating up with the Tholians. Monitor stations are detecting large fleet movements toward Federation space, and they're refusing all of our diplomatic hails. We're doing all we can to prevent a war, but it's not looking good. I want you to join a task force I'm assembling. If this goes south, I want my best people on the front line when it does.
Okay, let's before we accept that mission, let's do a little ship sorting. Thank you for the follow. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, so if I get it wrong, please forgive me. Fopo, is it? Fopo? But thank you for the follow, mate. Welcome. I'm between missions right now. Now what's this I've got here? Neutron deflector, so better deflector. Better armor. Might as well give myself that battery. Oh, it doesn't stack onto that one for some reason. So I'll take that one off, and I'll take one of these hypers off. I don't need all that many. I'll just put on the biggest one. Let's just do a quick sort so they stack. 7 of those ones. Tarsi already has a hypo, but she can have a battery as well, why not? The new guy, he's going to need a piece of armor eventually. That's about as good as it's going to get at this level. Skills. I think I'll put one in torpedo. Actually, I'm going to go shield rest. No, I haven't got anything to heal my shields with yet, have I? Yeah, why not? Torpedo. Still not getting any ground ones. No trait unlocks. Put the new guy on my away team. I think that's all the housekeeping tasks right now. Can't use the new guy just yet until he's been into a mission, I suppose. You have to change instances to get him to work. And I'll accept that mission. Now, where we get the pop-up tutorial about the map?
Be having significant issues with the Tholians at this point in time. I've been scanning the timeline and I think I've found the problem. 2 years ago, a Tholian colonial fleet was destroyed. The Tholians blamed the Federation, and increasing hostilities have ultimately led us here. This is something I'll need your help to correct.
Okay.
I've pinpointed the incident in question. Setting temporal transponder back 2 years. We need to correct the timeline during the Defiance encounter with the Tholians.
Right, before I do anything, I'm going to need another bio break. So I'll be back in 120 seconds. Hey, back! Right. Well, it didn't give me the map tutorial again. But just press the M key to get the map up. And double click the location. Yeah, we really need an agent of Yesturday for the Klingon side. But if they do that, then we'll be asking them for to have one for the Romulan Star Empire. Just taking a few screenshots as I go, just for the hell of it. I think the appearance of these nebulas need a little update. They look kind of out of place. They need to look more like that sort of nebula. It's a very symmetrical asteroid field. I could transwarp directly there, I think, but I want to play it the authentic way. Here we are. Tangled webs. Moasaki 242 is one of several stellar bodies in this part of the quadrant. It is home to a proto-nebula of interest to the Science Division of Starfleet. Intel suggests it is also of interest to Tholians for reasons unknown. Begin. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. Hang on, did we just time travel?
We've arrived in 2268,
yes, we did.
And not a moment too soon. The Nakul are clearly out for blood. Tholians are quite xenophobic. They may feel the Federation is part of the problem here.
And we're the solution.
We're being hailed by the Defiant. I'll remind you that our orders forbid us from telling them anything specific about the situation. I recommend deflecting their questions until the situation here is resolved.
Good to see you. We're in a real tight spot here. The Tholians were taking a serious beating when we reached the system, and the other ships opened fire on us the minute we dropped out of warp. Mind lending us a hand until we figure out what's going on?
Sure thing, Captain. Let's move in. Give you a hand.
This was a Tholian colony fleet.
Oh.
See if you can take a little pressure off. We need to firm up our shields.
Alert. Warp. Core breach imminent. Attempt.
The aliens have disabled the Tholian flagship. She's in trouble.
Sir, if the Nakul kill the Queen, an entire Tholian bloodline...
My tractor beam doesn't look very good.
Ship integrity compromised.
Enemy boarding parties are beaming to the Tholian flagship.
Are we one-shotting everything?
Estimated Tholian casualties are in the thousands.
Vengeance. Vengeance for the children.
Is that a tarantula? What's a tarantula doing here? Oh, the Defiant. Interesting, with Tholian webs about. The engineer's first proper broadside. Always a good thing to see.
Don't suppose you have any idea what's going on here? There's nothing on these aliens in our computers or why they'd attack the Tholians, or us for that matter.
It's Classified, Captain. Starfleet orders. Sorry.
Alright, do what you need to do. We'll talk about all of this when the shooting stops. Deal?
Okay, I'll spill beans on everything Daniels told me not to talk about.
I know it doesn't feel great keeping information from the Defiance crew, but believe me, it's for the best. I'll monitor the situation here while you assist the Tholians. Do what you can to save them. Good luck.
Yes, Daniels, you'll monitor the situation from here, but you're not in charge of my ship while I'm gone. Ensign Generic is in charge, and you follow his orders.
I've found appropriate transport coordinates on the Tholian flagship. Hopefully you can convince them that we're not at fault here. If the Tholians go to war with the Federation now, it would be devastating on a galactic scale.
Keep an eye on things, Daniels, and let me know if anything changes. What's she saying? Sensors show the interior of the Tholian ship is too hot for us. You'll need to put on EV suits before going there. There should be extra suits in that locker over there. It would be logical for us to equip them.
Once you have equipped your environment suit, turn it on to prepare for hazardous activity.
I have to give one to each of my crew, don't I? You get a suit, and you get a suit, and you get a suit, and you get a suit. And Daniels don't get a suit, because he's staying here.
I'm reading multiple Nakul hostiles, sir. They're all over the ship.
Well, let's go kill them.
Reading only a few Tholian life signs. I'm detecting numerous Nakul life signs, and more are on the way. Nakul reinforcements are on their way to your position. Stay alert.
Yeah, with aim mode on, it feels off-centered. Ooh! Plasma high density beam rifle. Wonder if that's any better than what I've got. I don't care if it's any better, I'm using it.
Levels on the flagship just spiked.
Oh, you can come out of aim mode by sprinting. And crouch mode. Sprinting cancels aim mode and crouch mode. Good to know. I don't often use them, so I didn't know that. Well, I probably did, I just didn't think of it.
I'm reading more incoming Nakul transporter signatures.
This weapon's vaporizing things. Loudly.
The Nakul have triggered this ship's self-destruct.
Oh crap, I just skipped dialogue.
Triggered this ship's self-destruct sequence. We've got to shut that down, and fast.
Cool, I thought I skipped that dialogue for a minute. Phaser sniper rifle. Rank 2, that will be even better, but I want to stick with this for a moment. And then I'll switch to the phaser rank 2. They've updated the interior a little bit.
From detonating, but the Nakul. They've killed Tholian colonists and even hatchlings ruthlessly. What they've done here is an atrocity.
Nah, they're just breaking windows. I mean, crystals. Jumping cancels aim mode and crouch mode as well.
Are on their way. I'd hurry if I were you.
Get some loot drops now. Are you the Folian Queen?
Humanoid command unit. Why did you kill your kind? This is irrational. Explain.
We are not of the Nakul. We're from the United Federation of Planets.
Federation, Nakul. All humanoids are the same. Chaotic, irrational, peaceful, then not. Warring, then you leave.
To your eyes, we're all humanoids, just like the bloody changelings. But we're not of the same mind.
Those you call Nakul killed our people, our children. All are dead. Our sisters must know. Leave now, Federation. Leave us to our final task.
All the Folian children are dead? Or just all the ones on this ship? Because how are they breeding if they're all dead? They must be replacing them pretty quick. What can we do to help? We fought the Nakul. We came to save you.
You cannot help us. Too late. The hatchlings slaughtered. The colonists lost. Nothing can help in the face of this terror. We must send our message. Others will come. Leave now.
We've got enemy ships on an intercept course, including a dreadnought. We won't last long against a force like that.
Understood, let's go.
Continue to fight, Nakul. Keep them from us while we contact our sisters. If you speak truly, you will not betray us.
Send the message quickly, Majesty.
We better get back to the ship before that Nakul dreadnought comes into range.
Okay, but where's your spacesuit?
I've been monitoring the Tholian Queen's progress. She hasn't been able to send the signal to her people. Orders?
We'll protect you. We'll protect her until she sends the message.
Okay, let's have a little chat. What's the situation here? Where did those alien ships come from? I'd like some straight answers for a change.
Well, you're not getting any. It's secret.
And I don't need to know, right?
Right.
But it doesn't mean I have to like it. That big alien ship is still heading our way. Let's focus on that.
Captain Kin out.
Here they come.
They're using beam overload. Damn, should have used a high yield.
Lost our engines. It'll take a while for my chief engineer to work a few miracles. That dreadnought is coming in fast. My engineers are gonna need time. A lot more time.
Why does my tractor beam not look good? Perhaps it's because the Nakul are more from my future. And they've got better tractor beam. And Nakul cowered it away. That is back. Torpedo high yield.
More ships inbound to our location. The alien dreadnought is concentrating fire on the Tholian flagship.
Accolade projectiles in motion. If I remember rightly from a year ago, doesn't this battle turn into some sort of hairy furball? How come I can't target that?
You have proven you are different, rational. This pleases us. We have sent word to our sisters. The Nakul will pay. The Federation will not. Now, vengeance for the slaughter of a generation. Vengeance for our children.
Shut up, Tholian Queen. End transmission abruptly.
The Queen's message has been sent through subspace and... Yes! The timeline is correcting itself. Good work. Now, we just need to help with... Oh. The Queen is going to full impulse. She's gonna ram the Nakul dreadnought!
Basic maneuvers, Defiant! Get the hell out of there! Captain, look at the Defiant. Perhaps a scan would be in order.
Scanning. I can't tell if there are life signs over there or not.
Ah, good morning, Bob
the
Bear.
Defiant appears to be phasing in and out of local space-time. The interaction of Nakul chronal energies with the proto-nebula has made this area of space very unstable and prone to rifts into other dimensions.
Is there anything we can do to help?
We might be able to get a lock onto their crew with the computer's assistance and perform an emergency beam out, but we'll need to act fast.
This leads to the episode The Folian Web from the original series, I believe.
No. I'm afraid that this is their fate. This is one of the hardest things about being a temporal agent. We can only make the changes we have to make, not the ones we want to make.
Why not? Why not just change time to favour the Federation completely? There has to be something we could do!
I'm afraid there's not. History states that the Defiant went missing, only to be found here weeks later by the Enterprise. Though they're lost, we now know that they played an important role in keeping the Federation safe, in protecting the timeline. For what it's worth, I will be sure their heroism is included in my report.
Oh, I'm sure that makes it all worthwhile. You're going to include it in your report.
The Tholians will remember this as well. This encounter may lead them to be more inward-focused, avoiding conflicts with the Federation. For the time being. At the very least, they will know that it wasn't the Federation that was responsible for the destruction of their colony colony.
See that you do, and let history never forget the name Defiant.
All decks have reported in, Captain. We're ready to return to our own time on your order.
Execute! You're waiting for him, are you? One warped? With your mesh weaver. You might want to pop over to the mirror universe, that's where it ends up.
Captain Archer had similar concerns when I worked with him. We often disagreed, but in the end, we were able to work past our differences and do the right thing. I hope you and I can do the same. Leaving Defiant to her fate was a hard choice, but it saved untold billions of lives. That has to count for something.
Surely we can go into the future, fetch them, bring them back. Oh, upgraded gear. Get a beam bank.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
We have a situation in the Caleb system. The Klingons are massing a battle fleet in that sector, and it's pointed at Federation space. I'm leading a force to respond to this aggression, and I want you to be a part of it. If they cross the line, we need to be ready for anything.
Admiral Isaac, I'll get right on that after I've had a little moment to upgrade my ship. It looks like some good upgrades are coming from that episode too. TOS Vulcan. So you made a Vulcan and now you're running a mesh weaver. Okay, let's see what I got. I don't like the way all this greys out. I like to be able to see it. So we've got a beam bank. Should I put it on? Or should I just stick with my beam arrays? I think I'll stick with my beam arrays because they're wider firing arc. Just upgrade that one. Got a science console now. Not going to use a mine launcher. Actually, I've got two science consoles now. This one is shield restoration. This one is control effects. Well, I'm not going to be using control effects. I only got a silly little tractor beam. That's all I can do on my ship, I think. My character. Oh, we've still got spacesuits on. Better change that. Kinetic and energy damage. We're going to use that one. Nothing else to put on here, is there? Oh, I was going to use that phaser. Oh no, that's a disruptor. I don't want to use that. And I doubt we're doing any ground battle in this one. I'm not sure. Ah, your previous agent of Yesterday Toon. I think I've only got one who's a Temporal recruit. The rest of my TOS Toons aren't Temporal recruits. That disruptor does quite a bit of damage, but it's a pulse wave. And that sniper rifle isn't as good as the weapon I've got. And I wouldn't mind sticking with this plasma one for a while. Might as well put an energy battery on as well. Now for my crew's suits. Start with Tarsi. She's the the white suit is better than the green. She can upgrade that phaser now. Rifle's better than that weapon. And he can have the pulse. No, he doesn't get the pulse wave. He's got those two. So he gets the pulse wave. And he doesn't have any armor. Oh yes he does, there's some. That battery doesn't stack, and I'd be better off using the big battery on my character. So Tarsi gets a battery and an energy thingy. That looks about as best as I can do for now. And a point. I haven't got his shield heal, so there's no point in putting anything in restoration. I might put something into hull, but I want this to be a shield tank only. I wonder if that's possible. No hull stuff. So I should really put something into beams. It's possible I might have to reskill. Okay, I think I'm ready.
Stay safe out there.
This is a pivotal moment.
Safe is not part of the Starfleet career.
The Nakul may attempt to disrupt it somehow.
Shut up, Daniels, I'm thinking.
Change the course of time. We'll need to look for signs of temporal flux.
Are you done yet, Daniels?
If they show up, we'll
Nope.
need to deal with them, no matter what.
Alright, is that it, Daniels? Looks like it. I wonder if we cross the neutral zone, would we get in trouble? Well, it's a long road getting from there to here without slipstream. But I'm okay with it, to be honest. Going slow like this gives me time to think. I think I've got 2 agents. No. Well, this one makes 4 agents of yesterday, but only 2 of them, including this one, is a temporal recruit. And the other one, I haven't played him in 2 years, I think, because every single moment of his life, including all the boring stuff, has been recorded and put on YouTube. But it got to a point where I couldn't just keep playing him and recording everything, so he's been on hold for the last 2 years until I find time among my other characters to play him again. But he's got about 30 odd videos on YouTube. Some of them are 6 hours long, and he was made back during the original Agents of Yesterday run when it first started. So if anybody wants to see Agents of Yesterday back when it first started, there's a playlist on my YouTube with it. It's got about 30 videos, some of them over 6 hours long. And it's the complete free-to-play experience, though I think I did make a mistake at one point and claim a ship I shouldn't have, because it wasn't free-to-play. By accident. I think he's around the time of the Gamma Quadrant. The Gamma Quadrant missions before there was a Gamma Quadrant. The Kurland Here mission, back when that was part of the main story arc. I think he reached that point before I stopped making videos with him. And they're all commentated, I think. He went through several ships. A system of tactical importance to several galactic powers, Calab is currently under Federation control. A Starfleet outpost has been built on Calab 4, an undeveloped Class M garden planet. Is this the last one of TOS before I go into the future? I think it is.
All hands, this is
I think
Admiral
this is the one that turns into a very hairball battle.
This task force. Our long-range sensor platforms have detected a Klingon battle fleet massing near this system. At the moment, they're attacking our subspace relay network in order to disrupt communications and long-range surveillance in this sector. We have the Klingons outnumbered at this time. Should they abandon reason and follow a standard attack doctrine, fire to disable their ships if possible. A strong show of force should send them back to their side of the line. All ships, go to yellow alert. Garrett out.
Why do they hold their heads up as if they're blind people? And this. Crusader 1, standing by for orders.
The Admiral is hailing the Klingons on all frequencies. No response. The Klingons are making an attack run on the subspace relays. The Admiral has signaled weapons free.
Red alert! Weapons free! Fire phasers! Fire torpedoes! Run and hide! Only fools rush in. One phaser beam and one forward torpedo. Wow, a lot of torpedoes launched. Must be the other ships.
Klingon formation is breaking. All ships, give chase.
We're gonna shoot him up his ass with a high yield. Why is he not dying? He's running, and he expects me to follow him like a fool ahead of my own fleet where I'll be isolated and killed. Let the silly fleet go in first.
Something odd on the sensors, Captain. Reminds me of a cloak.
A cloak? Oh, gotta take that screenshot. Definitely. Battle is a very indignant thing. Ooh, missed that one.
Klingon ships decloaking.
Any Romulans with them?
All ships, this is Garrett. Execute battle plan Sigma 4. Repeat, execute. Concentrate fire on the crew.
Hairy furball time. Oh, where am I going? What class of Klingon ship is that? D5? Maybe? D4? 3, 2, 1?
The mighty Federation has been brought to heel at last by the Klingon Empire. Those who remain shall know mercy in return for your unconditional surrender.
I thought Klingons didn't take prisoners, core blimey.
We Klingons can be gracious in victory. Though, should you wish to die in battle with honor, I will gladly oblige you.
I'm handing out the passes to Stovercore today, not you.
I'm picking up a temporal anomaly among the Klingon ships. It's consistent with readings we've seen in previous Nocturnal incursions. They're trying to interfere with the timeline again.
Until we break out this tractor beam, Daniels, there's nothing I can do. The universe is screwed.
Leave that to me. I'll modify the transporter and beam you over, past their shields. Once on board, free the ship, and neutralize the anomaly if you can. Hurry.
Can't you just
We're
modify my
literally running out
weapons?
of time.
Can't you just modify my weapons so I can blow the ship up with the Nicole on board?
Daniels beamed us into a barracks. I'm not picking up any security alerts. Looks like we got the drop on the Klingons. I brought several photon charges along. If placed tactically, we can use them to disrupt this ship's power grid and take down the tractor beam.
Okay, smells like tug crap in here, but let's get on with it.
That door to the left leads to an engineering section. Good place to set a charge.
I dropped the BAM. Looks like a bucket.
This is the captain. There are intruders in the engineering section. Eliminate them immediately.
So much for the element of
Is that a
surprise.
cloaking device? No, that's the dilithium chamber, isn't it? Looks very Federation-like. Careful, crew. Yeah, this is just a redressing of the Federation corridor.
Damn! The door's locked and we don't have their door codes. I think I can bypass it, but it'll take a little time.
What, you're going to do a running kick at it? We'll cut it open, no time for anything else, and I don't care about property damage to the Klingons, because they're all tossers.
Science lab over here. Probably the only one on a ship of this size. Another good spot for a bomb.
Another good place for a bucket bomb. It's made out of fertilizer, full of bucket full of fertilizer bomb. Lots of hypos and batteries.
Those charges will do some damage. Now we just have to find the tractor beam controls.
Well, I'm guessing they're through here.
You need to finish them now. All of them. You don't understand how dangerous they are.
I don't need to do anything. Do not forget who is captain here and who is merely a visitor.
I've given you the means to victory. I suggest you use them. Now.
Noted. Though it seems we have other concerns now.
I warned you, Core. Deal with this. Don't fail me.
Well,
Hands up!
well.
Stick 'em
I was
up!
hoping for Kirk, but I got you. Pity.
Come
so
on.
you're the Federation globflies who found their way onto my ship. A bold maneuver, to be sure. Bold or not, you remain insects. A minor nuisance to be exterminated, swiftly and without mercy.
If we wait long enough, will the Knuckles face shield buff vanish? Run out of juice? Go into cooldown?
And in that way, we are alike, for we both are here to help ourselves. Today, I will take what I want in the Empire's name and use it to utterly defeat the Federation. And the Nakul, should the time for war come, we will meet them in glorious battle. But for now, our goals align. A valiant effort, little fly. But it is over!
See if we can get through his plot armor.
Glorious! Long shall I remember this day.
Ah, now we can place a nuclear bomb right here.
Charges are ready to blow. We should get back to the ship and take out the tractor beam. Are you
Speak
ready?
up, Tellurite. You're not normally this quiet. I bet you enjoyed that, Core.
The tractor beam is down and the ship is free to navigate. The feedback from the tractor beam took down our warp capability. The others are still caught in tractor beams, though their systems are operational. If we free them from the tractor beams, they could likely escape.
Helm, get us moving. Let's do what we can to help the fleet. They started it.
Nice work. I owe you one.
Well done. Thanks for the help.
Strike and dip. Accolade.
This is Garrett. We're outmatched here. Disengage under best possible power.
I don't think so.
Make for heading 265 Mark 10 at best speed.
Run while you can, Starfleet. You won't get far.
Protect escaping ships. How? I like that. The fleet hangs me out to dry. Protect escaping ships. You stay behind and suicide yourself so we can escape.
Won't be forgotten. Done us all proud. Give them hell, my friend.
Ah, I know on it. This is the battle I'm supposed to die in. Or at least, that's what history will record. Yeah. I'm supposed to die in this battle, but Daniels will save me at the last second by putting me into the future. Wonder how long this battle will go on for if I didn't die. Or if I deliberately suicide, will the next phase kick in automatically? Do the ships get tougher and tougher until they make sure that you die? I guess not. I guess it has to be cheated. I'm dead!
I'm afraid you're dead. Your ship was
Don't go
destroyed
into
in
the
combat
light!
while protecting the retreat of Admiral Garrett's forces. Your sacrifice allowed Garrett to warn Starfleet about Klingon cloaking tech. But your ship was lost with all hands. At least, that's what's in the history books. I've brought you and the crew members I could save to the early 25th century. You're being recruited as a temporal agent. Since you're dead, we're giving you a new identity.
But what if I don't want the
speed
job?
Training and reacclimation process that will help you to fit in. I know this is a bit unusual, but you'll get used to it.
And so there we have it. Agent of Yesterday complete, I believe, isn't it? Or is there a little more to play? I think I'm still going to go ahead and play one episode here. Now that I'm in the future! And I didn't die in any of that. I think they made it a bit easier, that last battle, to be honest. Because I remember it being harder than that. New officer! Let's see what officers I've already got. Another new player there. New character. But I'm finally in the real game. I've got to choose a new officer for my crew, but I haven't got an officer slot, so he's going to, so whoever this new officer will be will go into my candidate bag. We've already got 2 tactical, so I don't want another tactical. Cadet Ferengi male. He is an engineer. This one doesn't have any space traits either, and he's a trill male. We don't want another tactical, and it's a Bolian female. So it's a choice between a science officer or an engineer. I think I'm going to get the Ferengi male. There's no room on your ship. Well, you go sit in the overflow bag. I call it the Vault of Eternal Destitution, until you prove yourself worthy. And there he is in the overflow bag, ready to make a manual for me. If I want him to. I can always equip him later when more slots unlock. No skill point. Oh, because I haven't spoke with the logistic officer, which is him, I suppose. No trait unlock yet. Any additional gear yet? No, I don't think so. Got a battery there. Stun pistol and shield. Nothing better. Well, one of them can have a better shield, I think. Nothing for my ship. No tactical console. I might get something from talking to the logistics officer. That will end the mission.
Welcome to Earth Space Dock. Busy day on the holodeck, sir? I love dressing up for those historical holo novels too. My Harry Mudd costume took first prize last year. That being said, you're scheduled for a meeting with the top brass, so you might want to update your uniform beforehand. The Admiral can be a stickler for that sort of detail, after all.
Ah, screw that. I like this uniform. Ooh, there's plenty of stuff to upgrade my ship with. Now, if I upgrade my ship now, do I get a new ship and then have to transfer everything over to that ship? If I update my ship now.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
So that's more dilithium. There's the new gear. Right, better weapon. Don't need the plasma one anymore. That's a superior shield. No better armor for me, but I might be able to hand me down armor. And weapon. That would be better for her. And so would that weapon. Better shield for him. We'll let him keep the pistols because I want him to die a lot because he's a little troll. He might be better off with a sniper rifle, but I'll keep the pulse wave because it's a big weapon. Yeah, I think I'll stick with that for the ground stuff and the space stuff. Well, I've just got One phaser. Is that better though? Yep, looks better. Higher quality doesn't always mean better weapon. You have to look at the numbers to be sure. It's the mark that increases the weapon's damage, not the quality. That looks about the best I can do right now. Oh! 2 new bridge officer slots came with that, so I can pull my Ferengi out of there and commission him. And give him some stuff to wear.
You're scheduled for a meeting with the top brass, so you might want to update your uniform beforehand.
Oh, shut up, you've already said that once.
Sort of detail, after all.
So the Ferengi can have some stuff now. If I've got any stuff for him. That one is... that one might be the better one. Yep, that will be for him. I hope he's not planning to rip off a noob, a new character. Nothing else for him. Okay, I think that's all we can do for now, is it? Let's have a look. Ah, skill point for space and ground. And the next level is unlocked. So let's go for... which one's best for tanking? Drain or control? I suppose drain would be best, wouldn't it? And for ground, well, I went kit module. So I suppose I better put something into shield. And willpower, of course, I think. Or device expert. This skill increases the effectiveness of most consumable devices. Each point of device mastery skill grants 0.5% bonus to effectiveness of devices. That's bugger all. So I'm thinking willpower's better. And we got a new trait. In fact, we've got a whole bunch of traits here to choose from. So we start from scratch with that. So for ground trait, I need survival at this level, I think. Increased damage and threat generation. Why was that on there as default? Lucky crit hit chance. Resilient energy damage resistance, rifle training, ranged weapon, sure-footed, stubborn. Well, lucky is an obvious one, I think. 3% critical chance. Rifle training, 5% rifle weapon damage. Probably going to get a lot of kit pieces before long. But I don't want to skill too deeply into that just yet, so... I don't want to be knocked back, so I think sure-footed. %5 bonus damage to ranged weapons, 10% ranged weapon critical severity. What is ranged weapon? Increases the damage and critical hit damage of your ranged weapons. All attacks have a chance to do bonus damage. This is called critical hit. This trait increases the damage done when you successfully land a critical hit. But what does it mean by ranged weapon? I have no idea, but critical hit, so put it on there just in case. Space, well, plus crit chance and crit severity, that's obvious. Beam training. There's torpedo training. And do we have Inoculus? Yes we do, minus threat generation plus critical severity. We won't have any of these yet. I think that's all the housekeeping tasks. Welcome to Earth Space Dock. You're scheduled for a meeting with the top brass, so you might want to update your uniform before you... Yep, we know that. I always thought it referred to your secondary fire, but I have no real idea, so you could be right with crossbows and things.
Have you familiarized?
Right, we don't have to talk to him anymore. We just follow the arrows. I want to get at least one episode done. A proper one. So I'm going to have to choose a second uniform, even though I don't really want to change out of this one. I'm just going to get one anyway. You don't actually have to do it, but I'm gonna. Ten additional slots available. But are they unlocked? That's the question. Or will it change the current uniform I'm wearing? Because I don't want to do that. If I create, will it go here? Join a fleet to unlock this outfit. Well, I'll join my own fleet when I'm ready. So I can't do another outfit, even though the mission's telling me to, without losing my current outfit. That's not good. You should at least get one slot to change your outfit if the mission tells you, shouldn't you? There's no explanation on whether you'll get your second outfit or about if you'll lose your first outfit or not. So I'm not going to chance it. Don't want to lose this outfit. Not just yet. Not ready to give up the short skirt. And you don't have to actually do that to get to the next phase. You just have to talk to the tailor, that's all. You don't actually have to change your outfit, just talk to him and learn how. I don't think anyone actually changes their outfit if they don't have a slot to put it in. Dude, you got something for me? I'm new to this century.
Welcome to the 25th century. We've been expecting you. Your new cover identity is in place, and Admiral Quinn's expecting you in the office behind me. Report to him for your orders. Remember, do not tell anyone about your status as a temporal agent. Your goal is to observe and correct, not to interfere.
Understood. Accolade complete, temporal agent. You are now a temporal agent. You have a unique trait that gives bonus dilithium ore to you and your teammates. As a temporal agent, you will be able to earn many additional rewards as you complete later missions. Report to Admiral Quinn. Just checking this out. Yep, I've got my transponder now. And my first reward is available because I've got to level 10. And there it is. I usually save them. Nothing else available yet. Oh, got some R&D stuff already. Guess what, Admiral Quinn? I'm from the past. I'm a temporal agent. Did you know that? I'm a time traveller. I'm not supposed to tell you that, but what the fuck?
I've recommended you for a command position on board a ship of the line. There are several fine ships available for an officer of your caliber. Head to the shipyard to select your new ship, then return to me for your assignment.
So I do get a new ship. Now there's no waypointers to the shipyard. Fortunately, I know where it is. Acquire ships. So what ship am I worthy of? I don't want to spend any money on it yet. So I've got to choose one of the free ones. And you can tell because this changes into a pass token for getting a ship. Just got to find the right one. It could be that one, or that one. I don't think there's another one I can get with it. Yep, you only get your choice of 3. And it's these 3, the cruiser, the escort, or the science vessel. I usually choose based on my department at this early stage, so I'll go for the cruiser. Which everybody probably goes through for, even if they're not an engineer. Because it just looks good. Requisition ship. Rename it. Yep, rename it. Crusader 02. Done. Manage ships. Activate the ship. Ready starship. And why did it change all my gear? I don't like that. It looked like it had better default gear than the gear I was using. Oh no, the default gear wasn't better. So I probably have to change this weapon. I need my magnifying glass to see this because it's such small text. It's not much better. So we'll take that off and put that on. The deflector is not better. Neither's the warp core. The engine's not better either. Neither's the shield. So none of the gear you get on the new ship is better. But I do have a second armor console I can put on. An older one, a previous one. Doesn't really do much when you stack these up. And I won't see it here in Space Dock anyway, but got to put them somewhere. I can put these additional batteries on too. That phaser beam bank's better, but not as much firing arc. So I'll leave it off for now. Now we close the ship manage selection window. Go to my stations. Put my crew on. Stick with what we know, Tarsi. Temet. Shavan. And the only other one, I think, the Ferengi. I'm not going to retrain my skills, not at this early stage, it ain't worth it. Retrain my bridge officers, I mean. Make sure my traits are okay. Yep, they're good. Ship tail up. I'm not sure I'm going to put any patterns on this ship, I'm not sure. I think it's just nice the way it is. We'll leave it as it is. So let's return to Admiral Quinn now that we've got the new ship active and built. No duty officers at this level. Admiral Quinn.
I see you chose a fine ship with a top-notch crew, one of Starfleet's best. I hope you're ready to get back out there. A situation has come to my attention, and I'd like you to look into it.
And that's the end of that. Didn't get anything but experience points for that just now. The question is, what mission does he want me to do? How am I supposed to know what the next mission is? Am I just supposed to choose them at random? Is that the idea? Anybody know? He said a situation has arisen. But he hasn't hailed me for a mission. Oh, there's only one available now anyway. Just the first one in each story arc is the only ones available. So you don't have to do your story arcs in order anymore. You can just choose which one you want to start on. So that's the agent of yesterday's missions. Klingon War. Welcome to Space Dock was the mission we just did. So the next one in line is diplomatic orders. But Admiral Quinn didn't give me diplomatic orders, did he? So I have to select it manually, I think. Yeah, that's about right, I think. Did he tell me to talk to somebody? Because I don't remember. One way to find out, though, to see what he said just now. NPC. We have a diplomatic mission for you. An important Vulcan ambassador is travelling to his homeworld. Yeah, he should have automatically given me diplomatic orders, but he didn't. I wonder will he hail me if I beam up to space, just put my toolbar on my ship, and then we'll see. Maybe I need to change instances for him to hail me.
Citizens of the Federation and her allies, it is my honor to introduce the official Starfleet Ships of the Line Museum. This undertaking, made possible by the help of so many of you, is to educate the galaxy at large about the history of some of the greatest ships to serve in Starfleet, and allow you to look at full-size replicas of the ships, lovingly recreated and restored. Please, take your time and peruse this look back at our history. I know that I, myself, have already spent several days staring in wonder at these pieces of the past, preserved and revived for this day. After one standard Earth Day, the exhibit will move to several museums and galleries around the galaxy, but it will be visible once a year above Earth Space Dock and Deep Space Nine on this most important date.
Typical politician, long-winded and ruining my experience. This is a command vessel. I don't need to have the command tools on my toolbar because they're already down here. Emergency powder weapons is here. Don't think I'm not sure if I'm gonna use those batteries at any point. Hang on, I've got emergency battle weapons there, so I don't have to expand 2 engineering teams. That ain't right. Oh yes it is. Because I haven't retrained my skills. Looks like all my tools are on my bridge officers right now, so I don't need to change anything. And I don't seem to have anything new there. So that's fine for now. Auto fire. I could just click my bridge officers for now. And I think it's important to get the accolade while I'm here. Wow, slow ship because I haven't reset my powers, but I don't intend to yet. I want to keep balanced powers until I'm ready to till this character's ready to come into her own. And I don't intend to read each one of these, just get the accolade. Because I've read them all before. And it would take forever.
Space, the final frontier.
Just scroll down, make sure I get the accolade.
Space.
It's the same one again.
Let's make sure history never forgets. The name. Enterprise.
What name was that? I forgot.
Let's make sure.
Keep hitting them twice. I don't think they're full-size replicas.
We are explorers. We explore our lives, day by day. And we explore the galaxy, trying to expand the boundaries of our knowledge. And that is why
Oh, I better go back and do that again. I cut him off. Hi, Tubix.
We are explorers. We explore our lives, day by day. And we explore the galaxy, trying to expand the boundaries of our knowledge. And that is why I am here. Not to conquer you with weapons or with ideas, but to coexist and learn.
I'm here to pew pew. Don't know about you. I'm here to kill enemies.
In a region where shifting allegiances are commonplace, we have to have something stable to rely on. And we do. The principles and ideals of the Federation.
I wonder, do you get the accolade like this without reading through them all?
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
You will be assimilated. How many ships are there?
Your father was captain of a starship for 12 minutes.
He saved 800 lives, including your mother's and yours.
I dare you to do better.
Doesn't count. He wasn't really a captain.
We'll find a way through this. But I won't leave anyone behind. Not if I can help it. I can't try to save humanity without holding on to what makes me human.
Three more to go.
The only way to defeat fear is to tell it no. No. We will not take shortcuts on the path to righteousness. No. We will not break the rules that protect us from our basest instincts. No. We will not allow desperation to destroy moral authority.
Ah, blow it out your ass, Berlin. You were not captain of this. This was Lorca and Saru. You didn't become captain till they gutted it.
Wherever our mission takes us, we'll try to have a little fun along the way too, huh? Make a little noise. Ruffle a few feathers.
Well, that's not lifted from Strange New Worlds because it isn't out yet.
Theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. Into the valley of death rode the 600.
I didn't get the accolade. Or did it come up and I just didn't notice? A historical document expert, I think I did get it. Yeah, I just didn't notice it come up because I was too busy listening than looking. I just don't understand why Admiral Quinn hasn't hailed me with that episode, but I'm gonna cue it manually. It'll be diplomatic orders.
We have a diplomatic mission for you. An important Vulcan ambassador is
I know what I did wrong.
Capturing the ambassador would be a major coup for the Klingons or Orions, so we're assigning you to make sure everything goes smoothly. You were to escort Ambassador Soketh to Pajem. Please meet him at Vulcan. Once you locate him, speak with him about the transport mission. Do whatever is necessary to keep him safe.
I know what I did wrong. He did offer me this mission, but I must have clicked the X up there instead of the accept button. Or I clicked decline or something. Probably F-clicked it. Oh, out into sector space for the first time.
You are now in sector space. Here ships travel at warp speed between systems. Combat does not take place in sector space.
Yeah, when you move, just as you go into the real Earth space dock at the end of when you've finished all the TOS stuff, one of your first missions of Explore Earth space dock is to, the last part of that mission is to go to the guy outside Admiral Quinn's office and he'll give it to you. The temporal agent just outside Quinn's office. He'll give it to you once you get to that point. When do these things stop? Right, I'm going to take the slow route to Vulcan because I need a bio break. I'll be back in 2 minutes flat. See you in 2 minutes. Hey, back, and I'm outside of Vulcan. There we are. Navigation always requires you to do a little bit yourself. Yep, when you get to the real Earth space dock after Agents of Yesterday, when you've completed it, you'll get a mission that says welcome to Earth space dock, and you've got to tour Earth space dock. And the last thing on that mission is Philip Gray. Go to visit him just outside of Admiral Quinn's office, and he'll give you the transponder. I don't know if there's any task to perform in this mission. No, you don't get any special task to perform anything during a mission, do you? Ah, locate temporal device. That's the first one there. Investigate temporal probe on Pegem in diplomatic orders. That's the first one I've got to keep an eye out, so it is in this mission. So these are the ones you keep checking over and over again. Each time you get a new mission, you check to see if it's got a task for you to do. The locate temporal probes tasks. No, it's not my first. I've done this mission several times. And I've got a few Delta recruits as well that are temporal agents. Ah, another one just there. Another 2 temporal agents right here. By looks of things. One's finished. I hate it when there's no voice dialogue. And he has got a voice because he was talking all through Agents of Yesterday. Captain, we have arrived at Vulcan system. I took the liberty of contacting the ambassador's aide when we arrived. Temporal says that the ambassador has certain agreements that he prefers when travelling. She would like to go over them with you. Would you like me to put her on the main screen? In 3D with X-ray vision, please.
Greetings. Thank you for agreeing to escort the ambassador to Pegem. Ambassador Sokath is currently attending a ritual to honor the end of the Kalrek holiday. He will be done soon, but the ambassador is hesitant to use transporter technology. His bias against the transporters is not logical, but I have come to accept it. I believe that Sokath would be much more comfortable traveling by shuttlecraft. I have received clearance for you to land at the ambassador's location. I look forward to meeting you in person.
Board shuttlecraft and beam down and fly down. I know this mission has a nasty sting in the tail, I think, doesn't it? Is it? Yeah, you have to fight an undying ship, and it's a nasty sting in the tail of this mission for low-level new characters, because you survive all the way up until you meet that ship, and then you've got to decide whether you want to stick with the game, even though you're going to die from time to time from now on. Helps new players decide whether they actually want to stick with it, knowing that death is a thing and respawn.
Starfleet shuttlecraft. This is Vulcan Orbital Control. You are cleared to land at the requested coordinates.
Yeah.
Welcome to Vulcan. Please enjoy your stay.
The audio dialogue's gotten quiet again. Captain, the ambassador and his aide are waiting for you at the temple at the top of this rise. You can speak to them there and find out if the ambassador needs anything else from us before we depart the mission. What, you mean he's waiting all up the top of that hill for me when shuttles land down here? He wants me to run all the way up the hill and get him. Why can't he wait down here so I don't have to do the effort of running up the hill? What an arsehole. It's like, I'll wait for you at the top of the Empire State Building, even though, and the lifts are all out of order. So you have to use the stairs, even though we're not doing anything in the Empire State Building when you get here. I'll meet you on top of Mount Everest, so we can walk down the road together. Just come fetch me. What was that? Did I miss something there? Thought I saw an arrow on the minimap. Sorry, a circle. Ambassador, next time, meet me down by the shuttle. Welcome to Vulcan. Yeah, nice welcome. Run up a hill.
Captain, I regret to inform you that we have come to an impasse in completing your mission. Allow me to explain. As you know, Pajem is sacred to the Vulcan people, and access to it is strictly prohibited. Ordinarily, this would not present any difficulty, but Sabin, the leader of the order that maintains the monastery, has chosen this moment to illogically refuse to grant Ambassador Sokath permissions to meet with the abbot at Pajem. This is most abnormal.
Well, perhaps he knows something we don't about this ambassador. Can this trip wait until Sabin changes his mind?
The ambassador has considered going to the council to request that they overrule Sabin, but the process will take time that he simply does not have. If the ambassador is unable to complete his journey to Pajem now, he will have to delay it until after the trade conference at Corodan is complete. and that could take weeks.
I wonder why Seven won't grant the ambassador permission.
The ambassador, I'm afraid, has spent too much time off-world. I have seen it change him. His interactions with other species have grown easier over the years, but our own people have become more challenging for him to deal with. Perhaps you could speak to Savin. I know he has a great deal of respect for Starfleet, and you might have an easier time than he has in convincing him to grant the ambassador's request.
Let's speak to Sabin then. Where is he? Hey Sabin, doesn't that Vulcan ambassador look a bit different these days?
Peace and long life. Do you seek knowledge of the ancestors?
Well, I'm not going to read all of that. I only have to read this one. Is there any way I can persuade you to allow Sokef to visit P'Jem?
I will permit it if you will pledge to me, on your honor as a Starfleet officer, that you will protect P'Jem from harm.
Yeah, sure!
Sokef says his reasons for wanting to speak to the abbot are private. I will accept that, but only if you are with him. I know I can trust Starfleet. Please, protect P'Jem from any who would violate its sanctity.
Yeah, sure, you can trust me. Anything I have to say to get you to agree. You're coming with me.
Welcome to Vulcan.
She said that.
Do you have any questions?
Why don't Savin trust you?
How should I know? He is a small man with small concerns. Thankfully, he has listened to reason, and our journey won't be delayed any longer. I am ready to leave now. Is the shuttle prepared for departure?
You sounded emotional, as if you almost hated him. Hatred's an emotion a Vulcan shouldn't have, dude. Still says speak with Ambassador Oh, I asked the wrong question, didn't I? And I can't speak with him now. The mission's broke. Has it broke? Is he supposed to follow me? He is following me, that's good. Keep up, Ambassador. You made me run all the way up this hill to get you. Now you can keep up with me while I sprint. Come on, you're supposed to be faster than that. You got 3 legs.
Starfleet shuttlecraft, we have logged your flight trajectory, and you are cleared for departure. Live long and prosper.
I'm already over 100 years old. That's long enough. Return to bridge. Where's the next prompt? It says return to bridge, but... Oh, right, yeah, there. It's hard to see sometimes. Ambassador is retired to his quarters. We can leave the system. Take us out of this boring ass place. Too much plumbing soup.
Your inventory has a replicator that will allow you to buy and sell items. Press I to open your inventory. Click on Replicator to access. You can purchase common items from the replicator. You can sell items by using Recycle, and retrieve sold items with Retrieve.
Thanks for telling me that. But I'll hang on to them until I have to get rid of them. I've already been invited to a fleet. No, thank you. I'm a fleet leader, so I don't need fleet invites. Got my own. Got 2 fleets of my own. Wondered how long it would take for somebody to pounce on the new players. Right, we're going to Pigem, which is next door. Disappear. There we go. Continued diplomatic orders. Wow, that was a fast journey. Sir, I'm picking up unusual energy readings in this system. We should scan the system before we take the ambassador to the surface. Klingons!
This is Captain Katak to all
Why are all
Klingon
these here?
vessels. Target their warp drive. There will be no escaping our vengeance this time.
We don't need them on here. Why do they keep auto-equipping? Not just this ship.
Warning, ship is under attack.
I thought these future Klingons would be tough.
Cease your fire, Captain. Perhaps today is a day for words. My fellow captains were blinded by our vengeance toward the shapeshifter aboard your vessel. They have died with honor. But if I am to die this day, then I would prefer to regale the halls of Stovokor with the tale of that foul creature's death.
Shapeshifter?
Ha! So even the mighty Federation has been fooled by the beast. Your guest from Vulcan is not as he or she seems, Captain. They are an Undine. They put on a false face and try to control us. But we Klingons know better. We will hunt them down until the last of these honorless dogs die screaming.
They're called Undine, not Undine. Have you any proof?
Proof? Pah! Allow me to stick a blade in its belly while I look it in the eye while it dies. That should be proof enough, even for Starfleet.
I'll take that under consideration.
If you wish the honor of the kill yourself, then it is yours to have. So long as the Undine dies, I will meet my death with eyes wide open and victory in my heart. I await your decision. Close hailing frequencies.
It's not legendary, it's tier 2, I think. Hey, bridge officers, what do you got to say about this? Oh, I'm not reading that dialogue if it's not voice acted. Just gonna cut through it.
Then the beast is slain? Makar! Very good. Perhaps you've the heart of a warrior after all. Let me look upon our enemy, and tonight we will dine together as warriors and drink to the honored dead.
Captain, I take my meditations very seriously. Why have I been summoned to the bridge?
Because you're a dick. I mean, because you're accused.
Alive? You're a fool, Captain! Strike now before it's too late!
Not without proof.
You want proof? Then lower your shields and allow me to beam over. Once the Undine's blood coats my blade, you'll see it for what it truly is. A grint hound in Tark's clothing.
Ambassador, show me... Allow me to explain.
There's no need, Captain. The situation is not difficult to unravel. My concern lies in the logic of you entertaining this Klingon's meritless claim.
Meritless, but not unreasonable.
A most illogical conclusion. Allow us to examine the facts, Captain. You have a crippled Klingon vessel, whose captain has made unsubstantiated claims that I am an Undine, a species that is known to both the Federation and the Klingon Empire as a considerable threat.
Thus a reasonable consideration.
Potentially, but only if a great many other factors were to be true. Is it not much more likely that the Klingons have, in the face of defeat, instead sought to exploit Starfleet's desire for peaceful resolutions to conflict in order to repair their vessel and renew their assault?
Status of Klingon vessel. Blah 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 blah. No voice acting. Red alert, lock weapons.
A true warrior strikes without mercy, Captain. I only hope to teach you this lesson personally before the Undine does. We may not be able to best your vessel, but a Klingon knows many roads to victory. The beast may have evaded my vengeance for now, but I can still ruin its plans here at Pajem.
Fire! Scan the area. I'm taking on... For God's sakes. I can't read this. Captain, I'm detecting energy signatures on Pajen. They're in the vicinity of Monastery. They appear to be transporter signals. Life signs indicate they are Klingon. I'm taking an away team down. Captain, shall I accompany you? No, it's too dangerous.
A wise precaution. Though I admit I am eager to see my people safe, I will await word until the monastery is secured. And Captain, let not my journey here be for naught.
Away team to transporter room 1.
A wise precaution.
God, how much more bloody dialogue is there?
I am eager to see my people safe. I will await word until the monastery is secured. And Captain, let not my journey here be for naught.
Away team to transport room again. Beam down. So I can't get those particles if I beam down. I'm going to get those particles. They're better tachyon, they're useful. Now we can beam down. Captain, we need to secure the area and then make our way toward the monastery, which is located at the top of the hill. Vulcans love to make you run up hills. I'm reading multiple Klingon patrols between us and the main building. Sir, recommend we proceed with caution. Nah, throw caution to the wind, we'll just shoot them all. Stay alert. Transporter nearly beamed me into a tree. I'm going to have to deal with that, transporter operator. Is that it? Just the one? Looks like. There's one over there. Hey dude, have you seen a temporal probe thingamajiggy around here anywhere? No? Alright then, I'll just go... Ooh, what was that? Two small power cells. How do you find those temporal things? Do they just turn up throughout the mission? I think they do. Oh, did I get another kit module? Lunge, that's not going to be much use. Did I miss something there? No. Ah, hi Sphinx and Musin. Oh yeah, Klingons. There you are. Wrong button. Now I've got to wait for the animation to finish. Are you dead? Take two of these and call me in the morning. Let's rifle that Klingon's pockets. Waste not, want not. Ah, it's only a hypo. I think I'll get some material shit. Give this character a start, although I've got loads of it on other characters. That would be spoilers, using a command like that. The idea is to play the game. Accolade, friendly fix. I won't take that incoming message just yet. Another kit module, but a science one, that's going to be useless. Something over there. It's way down there. That could be it, unless I missed something. But we've got to run back down here anyway, don't we, in this mission? I think so, but still I'm going to go get it, just in case we don't. Just in case my memory is off. Oh no, that's just more materials. Oh well, I'm here now. Is there more over there? No, if you don't run back down, might as well look around. Oops, I hit the... Sir, we're receiving an alert from Vulcan. Tabella says she must speak to you immediately. I'll patch her through. I wanted to scan that.
I have terrible news. Vulcan security forces have discovered the body of Ambassador Soketh. They have determined that he was killed by a phaser blast at short range. His remains were discovered in a stasis chamber hidden in a cavern beneath the Ambassador's residence. The Ambassador on your ship, the one that I have been working for, is an imposter. You need to be very careful. This imposter was able to fool Soketh's closest associates for months. He is crafty and very patient. Now that he has been discovered, he will be dangerous.
I hate it when my character just says continue all the time. I'm not up there.
Such emotion on your face. I see now my deception has been exposed. Pity. Capturing the abbot so we could replace him as well would have been beneficial. But we are strong. We will prevail. You are weak, and the weak shall perish.
The week's got a sell-by date. But I've been sold. Ah, so your tricorder can't find the probe. Right, that's good to know. That's the only reason why I was scanning about, following the scans and picking up maps. What's that over there? Oh, we're going up via a different route. Oh, by the way, I've got to kill you. Was that it? Not now, we've got a probe to find. Might have already picked it up without even realizing. I don't want to fall down. There's got to be something on the map that shows you. Found it by pure chance. It's Nicole. And it's a puzzle by the looks of things. Set the unknown values so the rows and columns of the square all add up to 15. Yep. So all columns and rows add up to 15. 6 plus 7 is 13. So I need to make that a 2, I think. A 2. B 9. First time. Based on the information we've recovered from this probe, it looks like the Nicole tried to make some form of an alliance with the Undyne. Considering the undying view of life outside fluidic space, it is not surprising that Nicole diplomatic efforts failed here violently. We're fortunate it didn't go well. Such an alliance would be dangerous. Engineering module. Force field dome. That's a useful one to have. Now we don't have to investigate that anymore, do we? It's all done. Yep, so it's just beam up. Well, I'm not reading through all the non-voice acted stuff. I didn't join a game to read a book. If I wanted to read a book, I'd go to the library.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Why have these appeared on my toolbar again? It's so distracting when you've got the wrong tools on your bar. And one of my tools has gone missing as well. That is a distracting bug.
Left shields failing.
Has anyone noticed something different about tractor beams? They don't seem to be as... It seems like the visuals have been changed, the tractor beams. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, 23rd century visuals. I never knew they had different visuals. Never seemed to be like that before, but it must be part of the update. Oh, there's another ship here. Where did another Connie come from? I must have never noticed it before. Ah, Geordie's here, but where did this ship come from? That shouldn't be here. Accolade, Dreadnought. Dreadnought? Was that the Dreadnought? I thought that was just the preliminary ship. I didn't think it was the Dreadnought. Apparently it was.
This is Captain LaForge of the USS Challenger. Glad to see we made it here in time to lend you a hand. Perhaps you'll return the favor someday.
That wasn't a Dreadnought, that was a Dread Nothing. I thought that was some sort of soften me up before the dreadnought arrives kind of ship. I didn't think it was the dreadnought itself. That was much easier than it was when I played it through in the past. I actually, to this day, remember the first time I faced that dreadnought when I first joined the game, and it was kicking my ass every time.
The ambassador was an Undine? I'm afraid their infiltration of the Federation goes much deeper than we realized. Who knows what kind of havoc they could create?
Collect reward? I think I'm going to go for a photon. Quantums do more damage, but photon, I think they fire faster.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
Hello, Lieutenant Commander. I've heard of your recent accomplishments and would like to congratulate you. You're exactly the sort of captain Starfleet needs as an example for young officers. Please join me here on Earth to discuss some promising new officers. I'll do that then. I don't need to go to Earth to do it. Who will be joining the crew of the USS Crusader 2? Bringing with them a couple of weapons. What's this? Emergency powder shields, Joran, Betazoid. None with a space trait, as usual. Let's see. I got 2 engineers, a science, 2 tactical, so I think I'll get a science this time. The Bajoran.
I've received a report there is a Bolian.
They don't leave you alone for a minute, do they?
At Earth space dock. It may need assistance.
That's where you get the Azure com code. That's useful.
You are now in sector space. Here ships travel at warp speed between systems. Combat does not take place in sector space.
How many times has it told me this? It's repeating itself over and over. I'm not actually going to go there just yet. Because I've got to go to the first complement of duty officers, which is at Starfleet Academy. And I think once I've done this, that's it for today's stream. Played through all the Agent of Yesterday stuff, and then 1 episode in addition. I think the rest of the leveling of this character is going to be off screen. If I choose to continue leveling it and not just delete it. I probably will keep the character around. But I'm gasping for me dinner now, so I've got to bring it to a close. We'll find someone to raid afterwards. But I did what I set out to do, the agent of Yesterday thing.
Citizens of the Federation
Him
and
again.
our allies, it is my honor to introduce the official Starfleet.
That's the second time he's done that. Speak with Lieutenant Farah at the Academy. I think he's the Pussycat one. My first compliment of duty officers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 of them, only 2 of them green. The rest are all common. Now, do I have active space slots at this level? Let's see. Where would they be? They'd be here. Energy weapons officer, energy weapons, projectiles. Hang on, I didn't get. Oh, that's the only space ones. Recharge time reduced for all transwarp abilities, that's useless. Debuff with sensor scan, useless. Chance to reduce the time, useless. Recharge team for tactical team and buff, so it's only these 4 that are useful. Chance to reduce the time to recharge when using subsystem attacks, that's useless. Chance to reduce the recharge subsystem attacks, another useless one. Weapons officer, recharge reduced for torpedoes, that's useful, sort of. Recharge time reduced for engineering team and buff, might as well, since I ain't got many. Deflector, that's useless. Sensor scan, that's useless. Transwarp, that's useless. So only 2 useful officers for space. And for ground, beam down security escort, useless. Beam down, useless. Beam down additional disruptor turret, don't have I have a mortar, what does that count? Additional phaser disruptor or plasma turret, no. Chance to beam down additional, no. Chance to beam down drone. Chance to increase ranged damage with equipment diagnostic. Reduce recharge time for combat supply. Chance to beam down additional medical support with hypo. None of them are really that useless for me at the moment. What's the next one? Oh, that's the Azor Nebula mission, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Instead, let's go out to the ocean. Well, that's it for today, I think. It's been a long stream, 7 hours. And I've set out our company to play all the Agent of Yesterday stuff in one sitting, plus one additional episode. To get her good starting off in the 24th century. She's now 100 years old. Well, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Those of you who stuck around. And I might put this stream onto YouTube after I'm done. It'll take a while to render over there. But until then, let me just find someone to raid. See if there's anybody available at the moment. There's a lot of streamers on at the moment because of this new content, and I think I saw a couple of sponsored ones last night when I briefly had a look. But they didn't put sponsored in their stream title, so people wouldn't know they were watching a paid promotion. I'm just looking for someone if they're doing an Agent of Yesterday. But nobody I really recognise. It's either this person, or this person. 1, 2, 3. We choose the person who's at the end here. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Shoes? Game Bob. Okay, the raid is up, and I'll be back online tomorrow at the usual time, not playing the Agent of Yesterday, so don't worry about that. And if you're about, I'll see you then. Until then, live long and prosper. Bye.
Like me, but they'll get results. If you can collect the materials, Ensign Hunter and I will work out where to place the explosives.
Let's do this.
Behind us!
Oh. Hello? I don't remember this. Oh! Oh god! Hi? Thank you for I did not expect this. Hi! I don't really often streams. Well, thank you for a raid. Oh god. Oh god. Who did actually raid me? Alt Lexicon. Thank you for the raid on 21. Thank you. Hey, hi Sonant. That was such a long time ago. I actually saw you. Yeah, I don't really usually just stream. I kind of like, not really bashing on this game because I used to play way back in the day, and I kind of don't really take this seriously because they just reworked this part of this patch, and lots of actually pretty new. Well, the story is the same, but there's cutscenes and such now. It wasn't here before when they actually launched the first agent at the time on the time engines. Because Daniels was not here before, like way back in the day. Yeah. Well, you're all welcome. Thank you for all the followings. Oh god. But there's more in here. I do actually remember the episodes. Funny thing, I actually watched the original series backwards. So I took like from the season 3 and down to season 1. Yeah, I don't really have anything set up. I'm just playing more or less because I'm bored and friends wanted to watch more or less. So I'm not a personal streamer at all. Oh wow. I hope you had fun though, Alt Lexington. Because I haven't really played this game for like 2 years, and I picked this up now today. Well, I've been on and off because of my mates on my fleets and such to just check it up. But I haven't really played this game for like 2 years. A little bit longer than that. Oh god, thank you for all the followings. Oh god, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah. I mean, the story in Star Trek Online, I love it. I played Federation, Klingons, Romulans, a little bit of the Yesturday, but then I kind of like stopped playing this game because it started to get too much ridiculous with how they kind of tied it together. That's why with the hat I don't really tend to play this serious. Oh my god, his face. The fuck?
Good. Let's take these materials over to the bottom of that huge rock.
Yeah. Well, I've been playing since the first day when it came free to play. I played that day. Like back in January of 2012. I've been like on and off.
Ensign Hunter and I will construct the bombs we need to bring down this rock across the canyon. That's the easy part. It's up to you to keep those angry Gorn off us while we work. Hope you're a good shot.
Understand. Quickly, Alison.
Well, at least the Gorn are punctual. Keep them off us!
Oh shit, there's a lot of them. This part I remember.
Crush that cola, good Hunter. Not like that.